Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm hoping my timers are going to come up because I'd love to have some people join me up here. Today, I thought we'd just do a little hangout. I got a train running behind me that I'll show in a second. But yeah, let me just post the link manually before the timers kick in case someone wants to come up and hang out. Hey John 2618. Hey Fred Wild. Hey Joel, how you doing? Hey Dwight. Jason the Train Freak, welcome. I thought you were working, Jason. Hello Dad. My dad's in the chat, everyone. I think that means I probably have to behave a little bit. Jason said, is it a special one that you acquired recently? I'm not sure what he's talking about. Hey, Ken N., welcome. Hey, Chris Hales. Hey, Chris from Govia. So I think I'm caught up with everybody. I don't know what this means. Is it a special one you acquired recently? We've got our first guest. Can you hear me, Mr. Big Bill?
Yes.
Beautiful. How are you doing today?
Can you hear me?
I can. So my dad just asked why I'm going to start behaving now.
Time in the present.
I don't know. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. So I'm still setting a couple things up, meaning I'm not actually sure if this is going to work. And it's not. So let me... There we go. So that's a train running if I ever saw one.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool. That looks
pretty
really
crazy getting all that into this little apartment, that's for darn sure.
I'm assuming the girlfriend's at work.
That would be a great assumption. Yes. Yeah, all this stuff gets packed away when she comes home tonight. This will all be gone.
Yeah,
so, yes.
I'm sure it will be.
I'm just going to let me raise this up. I'm just going to take a second and adjust this camera a little bit so that I can keep my name up and it's not blocking the tracks like that.
Sure.
So, Bill, what have you been up to? How things been treating you?
Life is good. I woke up this morning, so that's a good thing.
You know,
it's always a good day above ground.
That is the perfect place to start the day.
Yes, it is. No matter what comes at you, as long as you're breathing, keep moving. They can't hit a moving target. So these are coming out pretty good, Heath. These live shows that you're doing. You've come certainly, you got 597 597 subscribers to your channel.
I know. I need 3 more, Bill. I've been kind of stuck in this area for a little bit. I was at 589 for a while, and then finally broke up to 593. Now it's been a couple days. I'm at 597. So we're getting there. But
yeah, I remember when you were nobody.
I think I'm still a nobody.
No, you are somebody, bro.
Hey, Dale Highballing Hogger. Hey, Dave P. Hello, RDNT. Hello, Mr. Joe Rader from Black Rock Central Railroad. Hello, Shane's Trains. Hello, Steve Childers. If I missed you, I apologize. I'm doing, a couple things at once. Great. Okay, so Streamlabs is starting So Streamlabs is going to post up some stuff. In theory, they're going to post up how to join in the conversation as well. So hopefully they'll keep posting that link, and hopefully people will come hang out with Bill and I.
You can kick me out anytime you want, bro.
Bill, why would I kick you out?
Because I used to say, I've been kicked out of better places.
I mean, I know you know the saying, it's like I wouldn't want to be in any club that would want me as a member.
Yeah. No, but 597 subs and doing live shows and really that's quite an accomplishment, Heath. That really is. And you yourself are making an impact on the community itself.
I appreciate that, Bill. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I was actually interviewed by Sparky last night, and one of his questions was, why do you think you've grown so quickly? And, while, yes, I've worked at it, and while, yes, I'm trying to put up good content and stuff, I also do think it has to do with the time we're in right now. I think being able to host these live streams and have people come join and hang out and chat for a little bit, I really enjoy being able to host, and I really enjoy getting to meet people face to face, hear their voices, just get to know them just a little bit better than you do just seeing the text messages in the chat. Right,
correct. You're right. You're absolutely right. It does add another dimension to the community.
I see people mentioning that the Locomotive has stopped. That would be absolutely 100% on purpose. I am going to see if I can't make it a little bit more exciting. Hey, Andy Ambrose. Hello, Dave, BNSF N-Scale. Heath is everywhere. I don't know about everywhere, but, I'm trying. And Dave, I love the picture of your kid with whatever that is all over his face. Who else? Someone else? Oh, hey, King Fox Junction. How you doing? Hello, M. Wintle. I don't know. Is that Mark Wintle? Mark, how the heck are you doing? Mark's an old friend from way back in the day. We used to there used to be these AIDS life cycle events, and there was a motorcycle safety crew, and we could basically go where the bicyclists could go, but we could go a lot faster and whatnot because we were on motorcycles. And Mark Wintle was one of the people I met. I believe it was on the very first one I did way back in the day. So welcome, Mark. So the real question is whether I'm going to be able to see well enough to put the trains on without breaking out my glasses. All right, who else is going to come up here? Come on. Don't be shy.
I hate when that happens.
Get it all set up and then you knock it off yourself.
Oh.
Steve Childers says, way back in the day, for me, was before you were born, Heath. Steve, I actually think I'm probably a little older than you think. But Mark Winnell says, it's infuriating to need readers now. I know, actually, I have them everywhere now. This pair's over here. I got another pair over here. They're Joel, do you have the link, or do you want me to post it again? Scott, before I was born, too. Scott, I've seen you. You're an old man. John 26:18 says hello.
John Farrington. Hello, John. John, jump in here. Come on.
Yeah, come on, John.
Maybe he's flying.
Hey, Rich, will you be uploading the live stream for those of us that cannot say? The live stream will be uploaded completely, but then depending on how things go, I may edit it down as well and do do an edited version, but I'm not 100% sure about that yet.
Hey, Heath, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Last night you said you were on an interview with Sparky. Did you guys work on the off the Q&A as well, or was it just a straight up interview with Sparky?
We did both. He has a set bit of questions, and then we also took questions from the chat. So a little bit of both.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's good. That's good. That's good.
So Scott Eric Catalano says, "I'm 41." But then he goes on to say, "I'm older than Heath, but younger than Steve." But Scott, you said you're 41, which means you're not older than me. Dwight Curley says he's 13. Dwight, is that true? I feel like I've seen your videos, and I don't remember that, but maybe. John 2618 says he will in a little bit. So for people who don't know, the YouTube chat and the StreamYard chat don't always line up. So you see messages in one place and not the other, and then they'll pop up and then they'll come back, and it's a whole thing. I'm also at work on a conference call now with video. Yeah, so the point of me coming on now wasn't so much for all the people that are supposed to be working, but I'm happy that people are here.
Wait a minute. Work, that's a bad word, 4-letter word.
I know, I don't like that word. Steve says, well, I'm 62, so there. Yes, Steve, you are older than I am, but Scott is not older than I am. I'm a little bit curious how many cars this NW2 switcher can actually pull. I'm going to guess a lot more than I think. Scott says, how is Heath? I say, Scott, I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. I don't know why StreamYard is not putting up the link, but there we go again. Probably, where did that go? Boy, that just disappeared completely. Oh, here we go. So Jason thinks probably around 10 to 15 cars. Scott Catalano thinks 15 to 20. I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I've got 14 here on my desk right now, so we just might find out. Hello, John Train BFGR. Scott wants to know, how old is Heath? Scott, how old do you think Heath is? Hey, Chris from Govia, and hello, Joelle, with her son Conyer, whose name I do not remember, unfortunately.
Your microphone is off, Joelle.
She knows every time Joelle talks, her son Conyer joins in the conversation. So she usually
okay.
just punches it in when she says hello.
You know, Joel, I have to say it's a pleasure to finally meet you because you go on the show and you comment a lot, and I don't ever get to see the faces. So I'm so happy to see you, very much so. Thank you for your input on the show.
Yeah, Joelle's got a really cool layout too. I think it's ON30. I believe. Yeah, ON30, and she does sort of a wasteland. Kind of a wasteland thing is sort of her thing. So she scratch builds all of her own stuff.
Sweet.
It's really cool. Scott, you're pretty close. So, Chris, what's going on with you? How's the new layout coming? I saw you got the Helix started up.
Yeah, I'm currently standing in the middle of it right now. I'm kind of stuck. But yeah, no, it's good. Still lots of work. Yeah, lots to do. It's like a million little things, and I can't do certain things until I get other things done, and yeah, it's messed up. So
I can't tell you how long it took me to just get to this point, and it's
What's the overall size?
It's about 2, 3, 4. I guess it's like, is that right? 4 feet by like 3.5. I have no idea. Yeah, so 3.5 by 4.5. So yeah, these are 2 foot by 4 foot. Where'd I go? My computer's lagging. This is 2 foot by 4 foot folding tables that I plop everything up on. Oh, Scott, of course I had to click on you right as you were shoving some food in your mouth.
Hey, it's just a carrot. Just a carrot.
So, Scott, it's we just crossed noon. Is this the hour?
Is this what?
Is this the hour you behave, or have we crossed into the crazy Scott times?
Is it a full moon out? Oh, wait a second. Let me put some pants on.
Keep your pants on.
Hey, you can only see my bald head. You can't see anything else.
That is true. That is true. Don't drop the cars.
No, yes. Don't do that.
N-scale cars will explode if they go on the ground.
John 2618 wants to know if we'll have any carnival trains today. We may. I want to. Let me go get another locomotive, and I'll see what I can do about that.
I don't know about a circus train, but we sure as heck got some clowns in here.
That is very true. That's why Bill's up top. He's our clown leader.
Hey, Chris, this is Bill. On your new layout, is it gonna be the same as the last one, or is it a whole different?
Seeing how this is like layout number 5, I want to say, I feel like I've taken elements from each layout and I've incorporated them somehow into this one, making like a Uber layout, if you will.
Okay.
Also, I have a lot of stuff from those past layouts, like buildings and kits and whatnot. So definitely trying to sandwich it all into one, and hopefully this one's a bit more permanent. So
yeah. Do you think that now you said this was your 5th one? Do you see you in each one, previous one up to this one, like, okay, I'm not going to do that again?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, there's certain things that I definitely like I can't really do modular all that much for what I want to do and doing grades and whatnot. It has to be more permanent layout.
Right.
Otherwise, I have a lot of issues, and I'm not very good at that stuff. So, as a more permanent layout, I'm able to get those grades in where I need them to add the realism. But yeah, it's definitely better as a more solid layout.
Right.
All right, so this might be interesting because this guy's currently on 3, on address 3. I think I've got the address on this guy, but there is a slight chance that we'll find out otherwise.
Well, worst comes to worst, you'll have 2 going at the same time.
That is true.
Are you going to do different scenes per box module there, or are you going to do it as one complete scene?
So I really currently only have plans for this back guy and this guy. This is the town scene, and all of the people in the town are going to get on the train and go to the circus and/or carnival, which is going to be back here. The 2 white modules are Kato modules, and it's very likely that those are going to just get scenery, like just generic scenery, because it's very likely I'm going to throw them across the room one of these days. So I'm not going to do too much with them. I would really like to convert one of these spacer modules into a bridge. I don't know if you can see what I'm pointing at. So I'm not really sure, though, about the other corner modules yet, what I'm going to do with them.
Those have the banked curves to them, right? The super
They
elevated?
do. They have the super elevated Kato Unitrack curves.
Love those ones. Those are like the best ones.
I do like them, but I wish, in addition to the super elevation, that they also had an easement. And that's one of the things, so for people who don't know, the plan is that all of the stuff I'm doing here is kind of tests for the eventual dream layout at some point in the future. So there's block detection, there's going to be some animation, there's lighting, there's stuff, and ideally the plan is that all of that stuff can be and will be, integrated into the next thing. Container Man 68, always with the kind comments. Let's see, yay, human. You're short enough we can see over your bald spotlight to see where you're pointing to. I always say with friends like that, who needs enemies? So FN Scale asks, what radius, Heath? And people always ask me that, and I should really look it up at some point. I believe it's the 282/312 double track from Kato, but I don't know what the radius is that translates to.
I think it's
They usually do it in millimeters.
Yeah, but can you convert that millimeters into radius? I know. So I always say it wrong. It's Kato, and I say Kato because I'm in the Northeast, and in the Northeast, we say everything wrong, right, Bill?
I've always said Kato. Others have said Kato. I say decals. You say decals or whatever that is. So
Decals. Canadians say
decals. DECAL. Well, the English language is retarded. You have, like the word red, READ could be red, it could be read. So, and then the plant is reed, REED, and the color red is RED. So go figure. My dad's from Italy. And in Italy, there's one word for whatever you need, not several meetings.
Yeah.
I think it's.
John is a good point. I could just measure it from the corner. Well, gee, there's a thought. Just measure it.
I think the Kato or Kato box set number 15, which has the double elevated curves, it does come with easements as well. I don't know if you bought all the pieces.
Oh, interesting.
But
so this is based on these curves are based on the T-Trak standard. So it's. I mean, I don't have to follow the standard. I'm not bringing these to everybody, but I'm sort of following the standard just in case I do want to bring them to a show.
Those easements take up a lot of space too, so it's.
They do. They do. On here, I'm going to be limited by the number of trains I can run anyway, or number of cars I can run anyway. So, did the other train stop? So I did clean the track, but I have not tested the outer track yet. So,
Now here's a tip for track cleaning. Get some Goo Gone. I've used Goo Gone with very good success. And if you want to polish your rails, use that Mother's metal polish that you use for jewelry. That works very well too. I operate on a layout where the guy cleaned track 5 years ago, and he hasn't cleaned it since.
I tend to use this 226 stuff a lot. This module, I think, still just has a lot of residual schmutz on it.
Google looks good. I use it.
Right, what looks good?
Gugon.
Oh, Gugon, yeah.
Track. I use it.
Is everyone looking at my bald head now?
Nope. Like I said, you need to shave that thing. Just be a biker, wear a bandana.
So before all this showstopper stuff started, it used to always just be longer, and I just didn't want to cut it. And then it just became such a mess that I just had to cut it, and it was, So it's much shorter than it was.
Hey. One of my friends is slick bald. He has a ponytail longer than mine.
So I also feel like sometimes one of the reasons to consist locomotives is then it'll get you through all the dead spots. Hey, Warwick Road, Andy. Container Man, I'm blinded. Yeah.
Need some keep alives.
You would think in today's age, in whatever I'm saying, that all N-scale stuff would just have them built in at this point.
Nope.
They are. Some of them are. It wasn't a real concept until about 2 to 3 years ago.
Yeah, but this is a BLI Paragon 3 locomotive. It should have at least something to get through these dead spots, in my opinion.
Well, remember the circuitry has to be perfected to be small as well. I mean, your capacitors are still huge. Even the surface mount stuff is still huge.
I would suggest putting flywheels on your locomotives. That helps a lot.
I don't know that I could fit them in there.
Oh, there's ways. Bigger hammer.
Did you say bigger?
Yeah, bigger hammer.
That works good.
Wheels look pretty clean.
Don't bite. Don't bite. Don't bite chicken. Don't bite chicken.
Do you have a favorite locomotive that you own, or?
You know, a lot of people ask, when you say favorite locomotive, are you talking like livery or
Whichever.
Oh, Dave BNSF N scale says all N scale have flywheels. I didn't know that.
No, my Bachmans don't.
Now the Kato cordless motors don't have flywheel.
Yeah, that's I got a Kato train, and one of them has a flywheel, one of them doesn't. That's why I run them together, because I want the flywheel will help it along if I find a dead spot.
Oh, it's interesting. So to answer your question, I really like these BLI locomotives, just as far as like mechanically and stuff like that. But I love circus and carnival stuff. So it's not so much about the locomotive to me. It's almost more about
The display.
everything else.
Well, talking carnivals, I got this from my lad a couple of years ago.
Back it up a little bit, Joel. I can't.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go. It's an elephant.
Yep. She belongs to my O scale Native Americans. They rescued her from the bad circus. She was being abused and they rescued her. So she hangs in an Indian village. Oh, sorry, I have to mute it again.
All right. I don't know if you can see how dirty that actually was. And I cleaned that already, so I don't. Anyway. So I'm going to let that run for a little bit, just to let it run in. This is really almost the first time, trains are really running. So none of my locomotives have actually really been broken in yet. I'll put this back here. So a message I got that I thought was kind of interesting is, it's not with these locomotives, but you could see it with these locomotives. The NW2 switcher is going significantly slower than the other guy, which I always forget what this is, but yeah, SD78. And I guess the question is there a way to make the other one faster, or is it just that that's just the max speed of what that locomotive does? I mean, they're both factory installed DCC decoders, so it's not like I modified them in any way.
That doesn't mean a thing. It could be same manufacturers, could be same decoders. You need to program it with one of their programmers or use JMRI to set the speed tables on it. Or you could just manually do it and use the old decimal conversion for CVs and do it. But yeah, you've got to program the momentum, the acceleration and deceleration for speed matching and so on and so forth.
But that NW2 is factory out of the box. So the other thing is, I have two Bachmann locomotives. One is 60% slower than the other. I have gone through and manually checked every single CV, and they're exactly the same, and yet one still runs slower, and I can't figure out why.
I have HO, OM30, N scale, and none of my locomotives run exactly the same. Even if I got BBA sets and put them together, they're not, even from the same manufacturer, same decoders, same thing. I've got several MP15 HO scale Atlas.
But not
sound
60% different.
And none of them are exactly the same. I can put them both on the track and show you.
but not 60%
But yeah, you
different. That's the thing. If it like, yeah, Dave BNSF says clean the slow one. Could probably, I haven't.
the wheels could be dairy, but
they're modern Bachmann DCC locomotives, so I didn't touch them. Paul Hindle says change.
make sure they're lubricated.
Yeah.
That's odd. I'll get like a couple
Plus
of
two,
keto
once you get-
F40s. They run okay as a set. I usually do the break-in period. You do 30 minutes one way, 30 minutes the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I did that with this NW2 this morning just to make sure. Is John 2618 still here? Oh yeah, there he is. All right, John, I'm gonna go grab a couple the circus. Probably the circus, not the carnival stuff, but we'll see. Hello, Ray Bobel. Hello, Anthony Dodge. Welcome. So when I get to the point that this NW switcher stops pulling stuff, I'm kind of curious if I just swap in a different locomotive, like one of these SP70 Aces, if I would be able to get more pulling power. Or is it kind of end scale, and we're going to get what we're going to get? Hello, Randy.
Hi, Heath.
How's it going?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Welcome to, what is this, Thursday afternoonish? I don't know. Actually, I have no idea where you live. Are you out in the California area as well?
No, I am in Ontario, Canada.
Oh, well, there you go. I was way off.
Yeah.
Anthony Dodge just says, I think I just became subscriber 600. Does it count since it's a double subscription? If it was two different accounts, it counts. If you just hit subscribe twice on one account, then it just unsubscribes. I'm actually curious. That'd be kind of exciting if I just hit 600 subs.
Should be more.
It says $5.99. Well, that's according to my channel dashboard. It says $5.99. It might be different in different places. YouTube,
Yes,
YouTube subscribers is always confusing. Oh yeah, that's sort of funny. Yeah, that was Big Bill hiding under the StreamYard logo was covering you up. I wish it wouldn't do that. That's kind of annoying. Oh, so Big Bill, check out. You can see Joelle's. Let me actually make
yes,
that.
I'm looking at it now. That's an impressive.
Yeah, so she built that bridge from scratch and everything.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, me too.
Oof.
Yeah, that's a lot of work there.
Oh, my brother from another mother. What's up, my main man?
That's all I made. Except for the locomotives. A few of the rolling stock's handmade also, but
I'm sorry, Joel. I couldn't hear you. I think it's so funny that he's always talking when you're talking.
I'm based on Oklahoma.
Sorry, it's all good. So, Randy, you got a layout hiding back there?
I have. I don't know if you can.
Oh, there you go.
Little small L shape, 5x8. Working on it.
So you're
Nice.
also.
N scale, yeah.
So Chris, are you just hanging out inside your Helix, or are you actually working on it today?
I was doing some work and then obviously joined the chat, and then I'm like, why not? And then join the viewing party. But yeah, no, I was doing some work, working on my elevations going upward, and I'm out of track and I'm out of cork, so not going to get any of that stuff until tomorrow, and then I'll be able to start actually doing more with it. So
Yeah. Container Man. Yeah, I know. For what it is, though, I just feel like it's too expensive. Eventually, what I want to do is, I've learned a way to do this where you can bring the StreamYard comments up in OBS. So I'm going to set that up, and then I just need to work on how to bring people in, which I know how to do. It's just a matter of can I actually make it work?
Chris, is this is an HO scale?
yeah, 3 levels.
3 levels. Nice.
You haven't been working on it very long either. You've got a lot done. It's been 2 months.
When I moved into this house, I had I had access to it about a month prior, so I had a month to basically work out all my measurements and get together a rough track plan as to what I wanted to do and what would fit. And now it's just a matter of tweaking it here and there. But I'm pretty good with as a woodworker and stuff like that. So I mean, yeah, the main bench work went up pretty fast.
Yeah. Do you have a loop together yet that you can start running stuff, or are you still at the earlier stages?
I can kind of show you. So basically, if I'm in my Helix right here, that's where basically the track starts, and then it goes all the way, and it's back there. There's the start of my yard. There's one yard anyways. Then it goes all the way to the back if you're on the top level, and then it circles down and around back there. It comes out right there, lower, and then comes right in back to the yard again. So that's one full loop for the bottom, basically.
Are you primarily building it for operations, or are you? Is it more about rail fanning or?
A little bit of everything. When I add the industries, I'll be able to set it up so that, because I'm going to actually turn the inside of my Helix into an operator booth.
Oh, nice. Okay.
There's enough room in here that, I mean, I can't really swing a cat, but I can fit a chair in here and then have a control panel in front. But I'm going to have it so that it's multifunction. So if it's me in a group, then everybody has a spot and an operator can give them all access. Or if I'm just by myself, I can operate out there without needing to be in here. And yeah, I can run from wherever, walk around if I want to take some pictures and whatnot. I can run passenger service, and I can also do a freight service as well, where I'm taking stuff from the top level down to the bottom level, et cetera, et cetera.
That's great. Andy Ambrose says, how long do you think it'll take for me to get to 1,000 subscribers? The goal that I've set for myself, you probably can't see it. I have a calendar down here. I put January 1st, 2021. Social Blade seems to think that's a reasonable projection, but I don't know. We'll find out. Let's see. Human, if I can teach Vinny, you should be able to teach yourself. Yeah, I think he's talking about me getting all this live stream stuff going. I'm taking it, slow day by day. Hey, would anyone mind dropping down? I got another person down there that wants to come say hello.
I'm going to jump out. Be good, be well, be blessed, guys. Take care.
Thanks for coming, Big Bill. Really appreciate it. PGH Train Fanatic says, "What's up, guys?" Ian from High River.
We had a
Subdivision. Bye. Thanks, Joel. Thanks for coming as well. So, Anthony,
we had a position like that in the.
What are you saying, Scott?
We had a position like that on another railroad that we operated on. We called them the mole. They were inside the helix as a dispatcher, a freight agent, and so on. We called them the mole.
Well, seeing how you have to kind of crawl under to get into it, it totally makes sense. Yeah, there's no way. I'm not limber enough to jump this thing, so.
Mr. Anthony Dunn, your layout looks a little different today. Although you've got an ICE there in the background running, so, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm at work on lunch, but yeah, so I'm in my classroom.
On work? Is that...
Yeah, I'm at work, yeah.
That's awesome.
But I do actually have trains in my classroom, just not set up yet.
But you will have that set up, right?
Yeah, although these are, hang on. These are the Kitty Miraculin ones. I'm not putting a good train in here. But these are battery operated Kitty Miraculin ones, but my students love them. They play with them, and I use it as a, I did have an actual HO scale train layout in here at one time, but I was absent, and a substitute who apparently only wanted to read the internet and do her nails ignored a couple of kids who were trying to find a place to plug a phone in. They wanted to charge their phone, and I had my layout on 2 tables in here, and they pulled the table out, not realizing that the layout was not secured. It was just on a piece of board. And so it was 2 tables, so they pulled 1 table out and dumped the train. You know, it wasn't malicious, it was just stupid. But at that point I said, okay, no more $200-300 trains in the classroom.
Yeah.
And I had kids that would protect these, that they will stand guard. And if anybody comes to mess around, they'll be like, get away from the train. You leave Mr. Dodge's trains alone. But I had a substitute, and these 2 girls just were in the back of the room playing. The substitute wasn't paying attention, pulled out the table, and half the layout collapsed. So now I have kitty. It happens. I mean, I'm not even that mad at the
What do you
kids.
teach?
I teach German.
Okay.
I have a master's degree in English, but I teach German. I do have a degree in German too, but I'm new to the train hobby. Anybody on here who doesn't know me, I run HO scale 3-rail, AC current 3-rail German trains. I'm an American who runs German trains. So I'm in a hobby that's already kind of an outsider. I'm an outsider in that because there's nobody else around me who runs German trains. Actually, there's one other guy, but he runs era 3-4 stuff, and he's not into the modern stuff, and I'm purely modern age, modern image. Das ist gut.
So you're in the States.
Yes, yeah, I'm in Toledo, Ohio. So if you're Ontario, Canada, depending on where you are, I'm not too far away because I'm only an hour drive from Ontario.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'm over here in Western Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh area. So.
Okay, I've got friends from Pittsburgh, so I'll say this: how yin's doing?
Yeah, we's doing good.
How yin's doing? Go to the Giant Eagle and get some groceries. How yin's doing? Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Giant Eagle.
So yeah, I've got friends from the Pittsburgh area, and I'm
in the middle between Erie and Pittsburgh. So.
Okay. I also lived in Cleveland for a while, so Pittsburgh was the enemy, but you know That's my info.
Yeah. Well, I travel to Ohio with a few friends to operate on layouts, Dayton, Cincinnati, Cleveland, different places. I go to the N-Scale, what do they have? The N-Scale convention that's in N-Scale Train Fest or N-Scale something or other. It's held in Eastern Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of it. I forget what it's called too.
Hello, Ari.
What's that?
I was just saying hello to Ari. Ari
Oh,
McKee
okay.
stopped by. If I haven't said hello to anybody, I apologize. This NW2 keeps jumping off the track, so I'm going to try throwing this guy on there and see if it may run a little better.
Make sure your joints are good.
I checked that. It keeps coming off in the same spot, and I don't. Well, it just went through that spot now without issues. So I don't know what's going on.
I have an Atlas MP15 that if it goes one way, it's fine. If it goes the other, cab forward, it jumps. And I have found that the brake detail on the one side of the side frame kept hitting the Cato T-Trak joiner because they're plastic. And so I had to trim off one of those corners, and it ran fine.
I have found that if the modules are sort of tipped up a little bit, I don't know if you can. I'm like doing hand gestures as if you could see me. Where am I here? If the Cato modules aren't level and they're just tipped up a little bit, I found that it actually will sometimes, as it goes over that hump, the tripwires will hit and derail itself as well.
Yeah.
So, hello, rail artist. How you
Hello.
doing? Looks like you got quite the layout behind you, actually.
Yeah, it's going okay. Got no complaints about it. It's 31 by 27 around the wall with one peninsula, HO scale.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been at it about a year here in this house. Just got married a year ago. Wife and I moved into this place, and the basement was available. And I said, "Do you mind?" She said, "Yeah, what do I care?"
Oh, that's awesome.
There you go.
I had to wait for my kids to move out. And then I took over the
Sorry. I was lucky I grew up with a big basement, but now I just don't have the space.
Need to move out a new yak.
It's a conversation every once in a while. The girlfriend's got a fantastic job that pays really well, so it's, not on the cards right now. Not in the cards right now.
Gonna have to get a new deck.
No, going back to what a couple of you guys were saying, as being someone relatively new in the hobby, maybe it's because humans make them, but model trains are as finicky and crazy as humans are. You can have a train that will run your layout just fine. You change its direction, and it finds every bump and derails. You have a locomotive that works fine here, 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 and here, but on this corner, it won't work. Everybody else there works. It doesn't. That one train on that one corner. It's amazing how you can clean the track. You can say, okay, everything's level. I've done this, I've done that. But you'll just have that one train in that one place, that one locomotive, that one box car in that one place that just will always be a pain in the butt there. And you just can't sort it out. Okay, add weight to this car. Maybe that'll hold it down here. But when you add weight there, it catches something somewhere else. Every car just finds its own little nuance to be a pain in the butt about when it wants to be a pain in the butt. And you could tear your layout apart and try to rebuild it, fixing it. And some other loco will say, "Nah, I got a problem here now." It's just,
You mentioned that I operated on a guy's layout, and I went over one time, and he hand laid all his track, and he pulled out a complete hand laid yard ladder that was there for like 20 years. I asked him, "Harold, what are you doing?" He goes, "I have this one brass steam locomotive that derails every time it goes through the switch." He goes, "None of my other trains or cars do that, but it's one engine." So he pulled up the whole thing and relayed it.
sometimes you just got to start over. I mean, sometimes that's just.
Now, here's a tip for everybody. And I've tried to do this to keep everything common. I've put Katie number 5 whisker couplers on all my cars and locomotives. I've used metal wheels on everything. If you keep the common denominators on your equipment and try to stick with one manufacturer type, I know it's hard sometimes, or one style decoders and everything, and so on. Keep with one style of track, manufacturer, be it microengineering, Walthers, Atlas. If you keep everything the same as much as possible, you minimize your chances of things happening.
It's true, but there's so many different manufacturers that make so many different cool things. It's so hard to.
Now, with me, I use all Atlas Code 83. I don't deviate from that because your Pico Code 83 and your Atlas Code 83 are not the same. Atlas 100 is different than Pico 100. Microengineering 83 is different than Atlas 83. So there are differences in manufacturers.
I feel like I've been doing a lot of that as well, where if I have issues with the actual layout itself, I find that I've been updating a lot more of my rolling stock and locomotives with better couplers or, changing out wheel sets and whatnot, instead of changing out the actual layout. Because when you look at it, everything looks fine and you'll go over it 100 times. But if you've got, let's say, cars that are uncoupling at certain points, I'll update to KDs, find something that works, and then, it turns out it wasn't the layout and it was just the car itself. So trying to find a way around it without having to redo everything, making the cars and whatnot work for the layout as opposed to layout working for everything else, or just one car. But
I feel like people say they like Kato. Yeah, Kato. I said it right that time. Track. And I feel like I have nothing but problems. I just don't.
It's the same thing. It's humans. You can get along with one person and somebody else doesn't get along with that person. It tracks the same way. It works great for here. I watch people. There's a company called Daypol. Okay, Daypol doesn't make a lot of American stock, but it makes some. But Daypol makes 00 scale stuff for the UK. It makes HO scale stuff for Europe and the United States. Most people in Europe and myself, Daypol is just, no offense, but it's garbage, which was probably offensive. But Daypol is crap. Its UK stuff is crap. But there are some people like, oh, look at this Daypol. It runs great. It's awesome. Why do 80% of the people find it crap and 20% of the people find it works great for them? Maybe they have the opposite assembly line where most of it's crap, but a good one comes through now and then. The opposite lemon, the anti-lemon. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so confusing. I don't understand it. But yeah. And Ray's right about this too. I mean, actually weighing and checking your rolling stock, it does make a big difference as well. Hello, J94.
And it's other things as well. Certain companies don't work well. Again, I'm into German stuff. I do German track, German companies. But the big company in Germany is called Märklin, and most of my stuff is Märklin. And Märklin is also the largest model train producing company in the world. If you know LGB G scale stuff, that's Märklin. If you know Trix HO scale stuff, that's Märklin. And Märklin is such a big 800-pound gorilla in the room that other companies will make stuff for Märklin. Now, some of these other companies, most of you probably never heard of. There's Brava. Brava always works well with Märklin. Roco works great with Märklin. Pico, probably the second biggest company, Pico, P-I-K-O, for the British people out there thinking P-E-C-O. Pico stuff always struggles on Märklin track. Now, Pico's not designed for Märklin track, but their wheel sets are different. The flange on the wheels are a little different, and it doesn't like the Märklin, especially the Märklin C-Track. And you have to adjust it or change out the wheel sets all the time. Pico does not like American.
That's like a lot of.
Is there anybody that is willing to drop down? I got somebody else who wants to come say hello.
I go back to work.
You have a good one, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Chris, thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. There's a question for you, Anthony. I don't know the answer to that one.
No, ESU designed, the company ESU designed Maryland's first control system called the Central Station. ESU designed that. And then Maryland and ESU had a feud, and ESU went its own way and created the ECOS, the Electronic Command Station. And Maryland now designs its own. Same thing with Lens. If you guys know Lens chips, Lens designed the original micro decoders for all the Maryland stuff, but then Maryland decided to do it in-house, and Lens chips went their own way. But so it's sort of the opposite. ESU built the first Maryland as opposed to Maryland and over ESU. It was ESU designed and built the first one, and then when they and Maryland split, ESU said, well, we're going to make a better one anyhow, which was the ECOS, which was better than the Central Station. But now the Central Station 3, I think, is better than the ECOS. But that's it.
Later, Govia. Have fun.
Take care, Chris.
Joe Rader says, it's the freak.
What's
I
up?
don't know, it's funny how you get on these live streams with your
Man, I just
dark glass.
So
Yeah. Sorry, I heard something.
no, go ahead.
The train going backwards is not very happy. Which one's going backwards? This guy.
Well, I'm sitting out in my truck and it's really bright outside, so that's why I've got the shades on if anyone's wondering.
So what have you been up to?
Getting ready for a Board of Trustees meeting tonight. Fun.
Are you on the Board of Trustees, or are you just going to complain about stuff?
No, I have to be there. I've got some bids I'm trying to get approved so we can buy new computers.
Well, there you go.
So just a 3-hour waste of my time.
Of course, always.
Yeah. But no, I'm on lunch break now, so I decided to come down to the railroad tracks to see if anything's going to come by.
Oh, nice.
So if anything does, I can always flip my camera around and let people watch a live train go by.
So you actually have enough time on your lunch break to get away, like actually leave?
Yeah, I get an hour. So
Anthony Dodge.
log in.
Oh, I was like, Ian, what are you talking about? Where'd he go? I don't know what he said. Oh, he said you lost your engines, and then he said, never mind, they're on. You thought they were on the same track. So Heath is 42 to 44 years old. Nope, Scott, still going the wrong direction. Older, not younger.
46, 47.
7. I don't know if you were here when we were having the conversation, but Scott said he was older than me, and then he said he was 41, and then he said he was older than me.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Anthony, I agree with you.
I feel like Anthony's like the kid in the classroom.
I mean, there's a classroom.
Ta-da! Yeah.
Let's
So
not.
if anybody's wondering, I have the throttle in my hand, and when I start up the trains, I'm not looking at them, but I'm looking at the camera on my screen, so I'm not actually like ignoring things. But Ray says sheesh, Manny says youngster, and
So-
Paul says he's over 100.
Holy smokes.
I don't know if he's guessing that I was over 100 or if he's saying he himself is over 100.
So how many cars you got on that switcher?
Couple.
Couple.
A couple too many.
Too many. So I took the switcher off. It's now an SD70 pulling them.
Well, earlier when I left, the last thing I heard you say something about your switcher runs a whole lot slower than your other locomotives.
Yeah, there's 13 boxcars right now. But yeah, the switcher at full speed, it seems slower than, well, it's definitely slower than these SD70 that's for sure.
So I've got a switcher 1500. It's a Broadway Limited as well. And I think it's something that BLI does with the switchers for some reason, because mine will max out its speed about speed step 40. You know, and it only runs like half the speed that some of my road diesels would run.
I got to get wireless with the remote, so I stopped dropping it. It's a Bachmann NW2, not a BLI.
So it's not a BLI. That's wild.
No, David, when I was in school, I was the goody two-shoes. When David Z to N or something said I was the instinct. No, I was the goody two-shoes in school. I did not misbehave in school, except later in my high school career, but it was subversively. I was the straight A student, the perfect kid. But my friends and I did do two things our last 2 years of high school. At my high school, your junior and senior year, you had the same locker. And so, and between the walls and the locker, there was about a foot wide crawl space. We ran a phone system and a water fountain system that we actually pushed one of the lining of our locker back and got into the crawl space. And we ran a Culligan, this narrow Culligan water system behind the lockers, and each of us could open our lockers, and we had a spout we could pour drinks out of. We had to keep it PG, you know. Although one of my friends was like, we should do beer just once. I was like, no, we're not going that far. And then we had a phone system we ran through our lockers. This is back in 81 and 82. So that was my only deviant behavior in school. I behaved worse in school now as a teacher than I ever did as a student.
That's funny. Leslie Gilpin says, why would you run a switcher fast? And it's not, the comment about the switcher being slow isn't so much that I want to run it fast, it's that it just seems to be so much slower.
Well, and the other thing is sometimes the railroads would do what's called a power move, and they would actually run a regular manifest train and actually have a switcher as the last locomotive connected to it, running that switcher unit from major city to major city. So
Really?
if you don't get your switcher speed matched to the rest of your locomotives, then you can't do a power move like that on your layout.
Wow.
And I've actually got pictures, and pictures are probably videos from a long time ago, seeing stuff like that.
That'd be interesting to use a switcher that way. I wouldn't think they'd have the, I wouldn't think they'd be designed for that many hours to be running them like that.
Well, the switcher, if they ran them on the main line, you know, with a regular mixed manifest train, the switcher's not under power. They just put it in neutral. So you would still have, like, say, 3, you know, SD70 ACEs or ES44 ACs on the front, and then a switcher connected right behind it. But the switcher's not under power. They're just transporting it, you know, like a piece of rolling stock.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So, but unfortunately with model trains, unless your switcher's a dummy unit, which I have one of them, if your switchers are not speed matched, you can't do a power move.
Yeah, and I guess that's more my thought on it. It's just more about, you know, being able to actually speed match stuff. But I guess, see you later, Lauren. Just told I have to go somewhere in 10 minutes. Bye. That sounds about right. I gotta figure out what's stopping that. What was I about to say? Oh, what I'm thinking of doing when I speed match them is that what I want to do is set like whatever, pick a point on the throttle. If the switcher only goes 40, but the other guys go 100, then at 40 on the train that can go 100 will be the other car's max speed. So that they'll be speed matched from 0 to 40, and then they just won't speed up any past that.
Right. Hey, it's Benny.
Hey, I don't know if we know you. I don't know. You want to introduce yourself? I think we knew around here.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw this, on my notification. So let me see what the heck this is all about, Hey guys, how's it going?
We're still trying to figure out what it's about, also. So.
I mean, Heath is attempting to run a train in a circle, but it keeps stopping, going, and stopping, going.
Oh.
I know why it's stopping. It's stopping at the station, so the locomotive, the engineer can get a drink.
That's just starting to stick into it, right?
Sounds good. So I finally got some circus trains running, but I don't think John 2618's around anymore.
Bye, Mark.
Mark, see you later. Thanks for coming.
Take care, Mark.
Oh.
So is that what we're trying to do here? Is get a train running?
Yeah. So last Friday, I finally got this all set up. I think I don't think you stopped by Friday, but last Friday I got it all set up, and then this week I was just trying to see if I can get a little bit more going. It's like this one spot on both tracks is just continually giving me a problem.
Huh.
And it's right by the rerailer, too. I hate these Kato rerailers. I have the most difficult time with, and I don't know why. But what are you going to do?
You don't think the top of the rerailer is lifting the loco a little bit off the rails, do you?
So funny you say that. I was having that problem at one point when I was running these because this wasn't level. So I spent some time trying to make sure that everything was level, but like you see, it's having problems before it even got to here. So, they're literally having the problem at the same spot. It's just so weird.
That is strange.
And what's even stranger is that's where the power feeds are to this.
Oh, God. That is strange.
Because I was thinking, maybe I need to add extra feeders or whatever. But no, that's exactly where the feeders are.
Oh, man.
Pulses only use rerailers in the sidings. Yeah, the theory was, the reason I put the rerailers there is the theory was if this was going to be a T-Trak layout and this module was going to be in a larger layout, I wanted somewhere that I could easily put cars on the tracks. So that's why I put there.
You need to get you one of those little portable rerailers. The thing that you set on the track and you set the car on it. It's like a ramp and it ramps it on the rails.
Yep.
I have one. I just don't. Well, when I just had this module here, I didn't really have enough space to put it on because of all the scenery. And I didn't have any other straight sections that were big enough. But now I've got these other modules, so.
Speaking of, you need to replace those 2 foam modules. How are you going to be able to do scenery on those?
They actually come with a whole scenery kit.
Okay.
They come with a Wooden Scenic shaper sheet and something else or whatever. So you're supposed to use the shaper sheet and then do your scenery on top of that.
Gotcha.
So Leslie's saying the voice of agent. Yeah, so couplers catching. I did have that problem at one point. I don't know if I have that problem right now, but that has been an issue. Actually, Vinny may remember. I sent Vinny an email and I said I keep having problems with the trip pins hitting. So I may actually need to go and.
You need to get the tool from Micro Engineering, I think it is. The couple of height gauge.
Yeah, I actually.
It gives you for the trip pin. It also lets you know where your trip pin is.
So I've got one of those from Katie.
Yeah.
Katie makes it.
I do have one.
Micromark. They sell them, and then they also sell these little pliers that you can use on the air hoses that will bend them up without damaging your coupler.
That's not nice, Anthony.
Yeah, but if it gets a lap, it did its job. Nice has nothing to do with it.
That's true. I guess we have. I guess Jason's our movie star today with the shades on.
Yeah, I'm outside. Well, I'm actually in my truck, but it's bright outside.
I know. I was just outside myself, and it's really bright out there.
But let me see if I can flip the camera around. I'll show you where I'm sitting at.
It's interesting how dirty it gets so quickly.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Hold on, Jason. I'll make you bigger.
I'm having to go back and forth between settings and stuff. There we go. Hoping to see a couple of trains come by. I mean, there is a Union Pacific crew way over there doing some work on the crossing gate, so I don't know if the train will come by or not.
Pretty close to your work area?
About 5-6 blocks away. I mean, I can hear them in the building.
Are you on lunch?
Yeah, I'm on lunch break.
So I may crash. Oh, stop it! I may crash OBS doing this, but if people are up for it, I'm going to try and set up a close-up shot with another camera that I got. I don't know if it's going to work, but.
So Heath, speaking of the air hose on the knuckle coupler catching, wouldn't that catch on your turnout before it would catch your re-railer? Because you do have that rail that's the same height.
Yeah, so what I noticed here is it looks like this. I think like something is catching here. I don't know if you can see this car. See how it's kind of like hitting something?
Yeah.
Because something is definitely hitting. It could be that the trip pin on that one guy could be too long, and it could be hitting the railer as it comes up to it.
This is something I did to try and figure out a problem I was having. I took my camera and I put it right up close to where the problem was, and I turned it on and ran the train past there. And as the train passed by, you can actually see what the wheels and nut and couplers are doing and all of that stuff. It helped me, so you might want to try that.
Yeah, I think let's watch it. I think we'll see let me make it bigger. I think we'll see one of the trains kind of hit and like rock. Let's see. Or not. It's steppy.
Did you stop that outside one?
I didn't stop it. It keeps catching, I think.
So one of the issues I've ran into recently is on my layout. I've been buying like the cork that comes in like a roll sheet from Hobby Lobby, and it's just a tad bit lower than the cork road bed. And so I didn't sand or shave down the cork road bed to kind of make it flush. And so I've got one locomotive that's got a snowplow, and when it goes from the track on the road cork to the actual cork road bed, the snowplow catches on the rails, and it causes the train to derail or stop.
Yep. And you're doing HO.
And I'm doing HO. And that's actually my brand new SD40 Daylight locomotive that I'm having that issue with.
Is the track already secured?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I can pop pop the nails out.
Well, I was thinking maybe you should just take a piece of styrene and just shove a piece of styrene under there to raise the cork up or raise the track up to the existing cork.
Yeah, that's a good idea too.
Yeah, all you gotta do is stick it under the track, just in that one spot, right up close to where the change is.
Right.
And that'll give actually give a ramp for the chain to go up and get over that spot.
That's a good idea, Vinny.
I'll be
Yeah,
here all
because
week.
it's so much easier to roll out a sheet of cork, when you're laying in an area with 7 tracks.
Yes, I agree.
Than trying to take your cork row bed and match up every single turnout and whatnot.
So this is fun. This locomotive seems to just have completely stopped working. I don't know why. That is very strange.
Looked like that one went through there okay.
This locomotive seems to have just completely stopped.
Check your track voltage.
I need to get one of those little ramp heater things. It's all running through a block detection device, but it's all basically the same. It's all the same track power. Although, it's an interesting thought. Let's just try.
Yeah, the block detection device you use is totally different than what I'm using.
It's the same idea, though, right? It's just current. It detects the current, or is it doing something else?
So your track feeds are going back to your block detection device, right?
My track feeds are going back to one rail. Okay. Well, the track has power because you hear that buzzing.
Yeah.
That was my circuit breaker going off. Yes, it goes back to it. It breaks the wire going back to the command station. It's in line of one of the rails.
Okay. So
how is that different?
So the way mine works, I'm using NCE's AIU01, which is the auxiliary input card, and the block detection devices are called BD20s, which all it detects is some type of current. The track feeders are just on my standard track bus, but one of those feeders for the isolated rail is actually running through the BD20 circuit sensor.
Same exact thing here.
And then there's an extra pair of communication wire that goes from the BD20 to the AIU01. And then the AIU01 is connected to the cab bus.
Basically the same thing that's happening here.
Yeah.
It's just this is on the LocoNet bus. So it's getting the information over LocoNet.
Yeah, LocoNet and cab bus is the same thing.
Sorry, Anthony, what was that time? Yeah, that Loco is not happy. I don't know what's going on with that Loco. But Steve, welcome.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, well,
I think
the camera's
Steve,
over here. The picture's over here.
I got a question, guys.
Sure.
Would it be permissible for me to show the reason why I call myself rail artist?
Sure.
Why not?
Okay, hang tight. I'll be right back.
All right, so I don't know why that locomotive's not working, but I hope I don't have to send it back to BLI.
Did you try it on the other track?
I did actually, yeah, and nothing.
Nothing.
Well, it's your fault, Heath.
Unfortunately, I know.
You might try some. Oh, look at that!
That is nice.
Nice.
It's in progress.
Is
Got
that
about
the only one
another
you have?
3 weeks to go.
Do you sell your paintings or?
My new wife and I are getting into the point of starting to advertise a little bit, but yes, they will be sold.
Okay.
Do you have any plans for doing BNSF?
Yeah, I used to live in Minneapolis, St. Paul, until I came to my senses and moved to Parkersburg, West Virginia 10 years ago. I'm very familiar with BNSF, and yes, I have, and yes, I will.
So the
I also draw in pen and ink and pencil.
The artist part of rail artist is actually an artist, not a. You're not talking about your modeling as an art.
Oh no, the modeling's an art
About
too.
paintings.
At least to me it is.
I mean, I like that, what I see right there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Does anyone want to drop out? I got somebody in the basement who wants to say hello.
I'm gonna go ahead and take off, Kate. I got some contractors coming over, so I need to be ready for them.
Awesome. Thank you.
So we'll talk to you later. Thanks for having me on, boy. Take care,
All
guys.
right. Take care, Vinny.
Oh, it looks like Anthony left too. Hi, Anthony. Drew, what's happening?
Hey, Nordell, what's going on, man?
Hey, well, we'll see how good my Wi-Fi works, but well, on my
Well, I guess it didn't work good.
Oh, I was about to say tell people who you are, and then that disappeared quick.
Yeah, it was like, let me see how well my Wi-Fi works in the bloop. He's gone.
Well, here's a different engine on that same line, and that one's working. So, oh, I hate the thought that loco's not working.
You might try to do a factory reset on it, Heath.
Yeah, it could be with everything going on. I did something to it. I could have tried on locomotive address 3 and see if that would have got it moving. See, it's funny. They both stopped. It's kind of annoying.
Oh,
Well,
he might be coming back.
He's thinking about coming back.
yeah, I think with
Oh,
Ooh, there's a lot of jitter.
almost.
oh well, I'll tap out. I'm sorry,
Can you sit in your living room, or are other people there?
Oh, that looks good too, Rail Artist.
Thank you. Also in progress.
That's so awesome.
That's up in the high yard here in Parkersburg. Sneaking around an old car that got stripped out. And I do watercolors as well.
Let's see. Is that a Burlington? Milwaukee, okay.
Ribside caboose and a G9, I believe, or SD9.
SD9?
I think. Let me look. Jeep 9.
Jeep 9, okay.
I'm old school.
Hey, I like the older locos, the F units, E units, Halco PAs. I love those.
Me too. Thank you for allowing me to show them. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm speaking on his behalf, by the way.
That's okay.
Oh, when we have a derailment.
Derail.
Oh, no, it looks like it was I lost the car and then it ran into the back of itself.
So Heath, are you going to do something similar to this here on your next time for STS?
I do not think I'm going to attempt to run trains on STS.
Oh, come on.
No, see, the only reason I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't say this on a recording, but the only reason I can do this now is because the girlfriend's at work.
Well, you can always do what Chris over at was it Chris Heritage Rail over on the other side of the farm?
Heritage Railroad, yeah.
I think he records his running around the track.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, you know, it's the module with the scenery has the most problems.
You probably still got stuff on the rails.
Yeah, it's like I've only cleaned it 600 times.
You might need something just a little more abrasive. I mean, not very abrasive because you don't want to damage the rail, but whatever whatever you got on there. I mean,
I like this yellow perfect cleaner because it's almost more of a eraser than an abrasive, but it does have some abrasive in it. I could go up to like a Cratex or even up to a Bright Boy, but today I'm trying to be as gentle as possible.
I can tell you what worked for me, and I know a lot of people are going to, kind of go like, ooh, when I say it. There was on my old layout, there was a section that I, fully scenerized except for putting in trees. I used like different colors of spray paint, like primer for like the mountainous areas to kind of give that different look. And of course that paint got on the rails. So I took one of those, yellow and green SOS sponge, that you use to wash your dishes. Yeah. And I used the green side on the top of the rail. I cut it down to where I could hold it easier, but that's what I used on the top of the rail, and it got the paint off with no problem. And of course, I'd used denatured alcohol, which is a paint thinner. So
I've seen people use those before too. That sort of thing.
And because I even had, a crossover, a single crossover on that piece, and I mean it worked perfectly. So, but I mean it is a little more abrasive than like a track cleaning card. It's got the masonite piece on the bottom, which I've used those in the past, but ever since I got my CMX cleaning card, I've taken those track cleaning cards, the piece on the bottom, I've taken them off. Just use them as standard rolling stock.
Yeah, I think I want one of those masonite ones.
Well, I'd figure with the car that you have would do better than the masonite.
It will, but I'm not getting that thing spinning. The part that's touching the rail doesn't spin for whatever reason. So I don't know why it's not doing that. You know what?
Save up your money and get you a CMX. I promise you. It'll be the best investment you've ever purchased.
Like I don't have 6,000 other things on the list already.
Well, that's all of us.
Well, gentlemen, it's time for me to leave. The wife is up, and I got to go run some errands with her. Thanks much for the pleasure of being here. I'll see you all around again in the near future. Take care.
Yeah, take care.
Thanks for coming. It was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for sharing those paintings with us.
Oh, you're more than welcome. It's my pleasure. Just a lot of fun doing it. A lot of fun showing them. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Take care.
All right, so if everyone's curious, what I'm trying to do is I've got this other camera, and I put a macro lens on it, I'm going to set it up, and I'm going to see if I can't get it hooked up to the computer. And again, I haven't used this computer in forever. I'm sorry, this camera in forever, so I have no idea what's going to happen. Maybe nothing. But I'm going to try.
All right, I'm gonna switch the camera around real quick.
You got to
See if I
try.
can do it. How about that? A high roller.
Oh, here's.
Of course, I think he's testing the crossing gauge. I don't know if y'all can still see him or not.
Hold on, I'll make you bigger.
Yeah, he's right there at the crossing gates.
If they're working on that stuff, it's likely they're not coming.
Well, I mean, it is a double track. And I mean, they were popping yesterday, so I mean, he's on track 2, it looks like. Track 1 is the closest to. With most of the train traffic here, I'm switching back, but most of the train traffic here is northbound. But they do have some southbound, trains.
All right.
But I know he was over at the crossing gate thing just to, when I pulled up, he's been over there working on it since. So I don't know if he's headed off to the next section. Yeah, because I don't see him anymore, so he's gone.
Oh, he is gone?
Yeah, he's gone. So you can get your layout back up there, so that way people are not having to stare at my ugly mug.
They'd probably rather that than. Hey, Ray, why don't you come up here? Are you on lunch? Oh, did Steve freeze? I couldn't. No, he's still moving. He's just staring at his other screen, so it looked like he froze. Leslie wants me to rub my shirt on the track. What I've been using are these. I have these Kimmy wipes, which are like eyeglass cleaner stuff. So I don't know. Let me go push this guy again.
Yeah, the camera's there.
Well, I know most people, as far as like when it comes to track cleaning, they mention IPA or just, rubbing alcohol. I will tell you, if you ever tried denature alcohol, which, is in your paint thinner area of a department store, it works a whole lot better than IPA. And that's actually what I put in my CMX cleaning car and, push it around the track with my locomotives. And the denatured alcohol stays on there long enough that when the locomotives run across it, it actually is cleaning the loco's wheels too.
Oh, that's an interesting point. Yeah.
Just craft felt and CRC 226. Because this stuff leaves a nice residue on it. It helps with the conductivity.
Which stuff are you holding up, Steve?
This is the CRC 2-26.
246 or 26?
26.
Yeah, that's what I've been using is the 226.
And this cheap craft felt works wonders. You can get a little holder.
So this is either going to work very poorly or not at all. But let's see what we can make happen. No camera. Standard standard non-polar machine spirit is said to be the best in tests. I don't have any cotton cloth except for literally t-shirts.
Go get you some. What do they call them?
Shop rags?
Yeah, but they're like in the area of like an auto parts store, like where you would wash your car. Drying rags. That's what they call them.
Jimmy?
Or drying towels. And Heath, it might not be, your track. It could be your locomotive's wheels.
I just got, still in the package, haven't even opened it yet. One of these guys, which is that, wheel cleaner thing.
Yeah.
So that's on the list of things to do. All right, menu. So I'm using this something called Siphon, and what it does is it'll bring this in. Oh, that's interesting. Manny says cheesecloth. I actually have some cheesecloth. How do I get the link out of that? Let's see. Can I copy that? No. Put user in timeout. I don't know how to copy out of this this thing to look at that. Fred says it's easier to use if I open the package.
Yeah, I would agree with Fred on that.
I can see that being the case. So what I'm trying to find is the USB options on this camera so that I can change them so that I can hook it up to the computer.
All right. Well, I hate to do this, man. I was hoping a train would come by so that way I could show it to y'all, but my lunchtime is about up, so I got to get back.
Well, have fun.
So I'll try to hop back on when I get in the office.
Hey, Jason, 2 seconds before you go.
Yo.
Your friend is just
right here.
Hello, Bob. Hi-ho.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Ray.
Ray, what's going on, guys? Okay, Jason, you can go now. I just didn't know if Ray wanted to, if he had any witty comments for your way out.
No. Nope. Of course, it keeps freezing on me, so I mean that's the crappy laptop that I'm on.
So, all right. Well, guys, y'all take care, and I will see y'all next time.
See you later.
See you later.
Does anyone else hear beeping, or is it just me? I can't figure out if it's what's beeping.
I don't hear any beeping. I hear some beeping. I'm not sure where it's coming from.
Yeah, I don't know where it's coming from either. Be prepared to be pleased and eventually dissatisfied with the Woodland Scenics wheel cleaner. Yeah, Leslie, I figure. Can't tell if the train's stopping because your video's jerky. No, it's actually stopping, unfortunately.
Funny thing of it is it's actually
beeping too.
The funny thing is, Heath, is the fact that the trains are running smoother on StreamYard than what they are on YouTube. If you can hear me.
Yeah, no, I could. I was thinking. I'm trying to figure out what that beeping is. More importantly, yeah, it's running through OBS, and I think what's happening through OBS may be causing trouble.
Anyway, we were talking about everybody was talking about track cleaners. I actually use two different things. Of course, everybody uses the or not everybody, but most folks know about the masonite with the nails through the bottom of a box car. I have one of those, and the other thing I've got is this thing here called Track Guard. And what it is a weighted piece of felt that's made by a company down in Texas that you mount to the underside of a box car or whatever, and it basically just drags it around and it picks up all the dirt right off. I've got 3 cars set up with that, and I run those every once in a while. But other than that, the other thing that I use, which I know a lot of people would probably cringe at, but and that's something that my dad used to use, and that's crocus cloth, which is a really fine abrasive. But that's more of a pressure than it is anything else.
Yeah, I think track cleaning is definitely one of those things that everyone's got an opinion on, and I don't know that any of us really know the answer.
Hey, it's whatever works.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait, it came up here. But why didn't it come up here?
Container man.
Hey, Roy, when are you going to come up here? Okay, so I may have just solved one of my problems, and now let's see if I can actually get it to work. So, Dave, you want to show off your layout a little bit back there? I won't make you run trains, but, you know.
Oh, it's not, there's nothing really. It's just, it's just a little switching, 2 feet by 10 feet. It's not operational yet. Still working on a few things.
Nice.
That's about it. Just a point to point.
I am going to, let's try doing this here. So is it a shelf layout or is it a?
It's just a freestanding. It's good.
But I mean, when you say switching layout, I guess, is it like a narrow, like 18-inch type thing, or is it deeper?
The widest part is about 30 inches behind me.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It goes through the wall back here to a staging area in the other room. And then there's a shelf. Actually, there's a little shelf over here, which is going to be my test track and programming.
Yeah, I got an extra wire here running for my programming track. I just don't have it set up right now. So let's switch. Let's move this down here. So what I'm trying to do is get this camera set up. Let's see if we can make that happen.
Yeah, the other neat thing with that track guard thing too is I'm not sure. Of course, I'm probably not. Jason's not up here. I'm probably the only bowler, but you can actually take a wire brush to the felt on the back of this and clean it off and reuse it to get the dirt out of it.
I've heard somebody else mention that felt thing also. That sounds like something worth a try.
Yeah, it's literally just a pickup is all it is. You don't put any type of a chemical or anything else on it. You just boxcar and drag it around. Heath just gave me an idea for my next video or my next STS. Well, there we go.
What's that, Ray?
Talking about the track cleaning cars.
Oh, there you go.
I heard some people use WD-40.
Yeah, I've heard people use that too. I don't agree with that, but
well, I think it's like anything else. It's just like the Goo Gone that I used after I did all the soldering.
Don't like it.
I went ahead and did that, but what I did is I wiped it off. Right after I wiped it on, I wiped it right back on. In other words, it was just there to get especially with the flux, was to get that flux back on. And then once it was done, I went back with a clean rag, and then I went back with crocus cloth behind that, and
There we go.
So Dave, you're saying
the only reason why I used the Goo Gone was the fact that I didn't have any denatured alcohol floating around, or I would have used that to get the flux off the rails.
You got to be careful with some of the chemicals because you'll tear up traction tires if you use traction tires.
Yeah, that's what I've heard with the 226 too. You can't use it with the traction tires. But yeah, so I'm trying. Basically, I've got a macro lens on this camera, and I was trying to see what I can make happen. Unfortunately, it's giving me such a narrow depth of field that it's really hard.
You have a tendency of doing that.
Oh, and I just heard the train stop. So Anthony Dodge says, so Ray, what you're saying is it's Heath inspiring SDS. He's trying to, I think he's trying to figure out how to enter that contest. Ray, do you want to pitch the contest for us?
There's a contest?
I believe it.
First I heard of it. No, I'm only kidding. Now, the contest works out this way, folks. There is a Google form that you're going to fill out with your email address and your YouTube channel name, because sometimes your email and your YouTube channel aren't the same. And then the next thing is for the month of September, there were 4 Sidetrack Sunday shows. Each Sidetrack Sunday had a different introduction. The question is which one's the right one? And then the last part of it is whether you're going to go after the HO scale or the N scale car that we're giving away. So, and that contest closes this Saturday at midnight. So, yeah. Yeah, and you're right, Anthony. It always seems that there's a contest going on.
That's good.
The picture looks really good, Heath.
Yeah, it does.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to get a wider depth of field with this, but that's kind of the nature of a macro lens. Let me throw on. Let me actually throw on this other lens. It'll give me more depth of field, and I think it'll make it a little more interesting.
I wonder if it's this crappy laptop that I'm working off of, Container Man, that's causing the beeping. I'm going to mute for a bit.
Well, I've heard of the Inox for track cleaning too. Charlie Bishop at Chadwick swears by it, according to his video. Man, that makes it look like you have a huge layout, Pete.
Yeah, so now this would be. This will give me more depth of field. Sorry for all the camera shaky stuff. I probably should have switched to a different camera while I was doing this.
Hey, it's your live stream.
Yep.
Yeah, but I want to keep people on it. I don't want everyone to leave.
Okay, here's a trivia or fun fact question of the day. What's the worst sound that a model railroader can hear?
Locomotive hitting the ground.
Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. Matter of fact, that's what happened to that E9 yesterday.
Oh,
No.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, thanks, container man. Figures it's just garbage laptop. Okay.
okay.
So that's giving me a little bit of a wider depth of field there.
I think I know what it is with this laptop. I'm using the internal camera. That's probably what it is.
Internal cameras beeping.
One minute.
Hi. Yeah, so I've got all this old photography. It's not really old, but I have all this older photography equipment from back in the day. So I've been pulling it out and figuring out how I can get it hooked up to the computer to use for this kind of stuff.
What kind of camera?
This is a Canon 7D that's showing this shot. The face shot is a Canon 5D Mark II.
Okay.
And then this shot is a Sony RX100. And then I also have a GoPro as well. But the Canon and the Sony are all using this thing called Siphon, and I don't really understand how it's all working, but it seems to be working pretty well.
Seems to be.
Which is kind of weird. Let me duplicate this. Scene 2, 4 camera. 4. Okay.
Oh, went black.
Yeah, that didn't work.
Oops.
Yeah, hold on. Let's try that again. Yes. Go up here to camera. Duplicate. There we go. Now it's working better. 4 camera. Let's see if we can't get a couple of these shots lined up with each other so we can sorry, let me just go back to this 2 camera one for a second, and let's remove that out of there, and then let's go to. So what I'm doing, for anybody that's wondering what the heck's going on, is I'm using OBS to feed into StreamYard. So I'm messing with the settings in OBS right now. Sources. Okay.
So I have no clue what OBS is. I use Minicam, whatever.
So OBS is.
I just went ahead and switched over to the to my C920 and see if that does any better.
Okay. OBS is open broadcaster software, and it's basically lets you kind of move stuff around like this. So like StreamYard, I could do like this, right, where I can move it. But with OBS, I could take that this camera and I can move it to different places on the screen.
Yeah, I've been playing around with it a little bit. I haven't got that down yet.
Yeah, but I think this is kind of neat where it kind of comes, you got the big shot and it kind of comes in and you get the close up. So I'm just kind of messing with it a little bit, seeing what's interesting. So the camera shot for me for this close up shot is still too high. I feel like I need to lower it down, make it look better. But yeah, so a lot of this was just kind of
Experimenting,
playing, getting a little bit better with some of this stuff. Fred, you're live. Don't do anything you wouldn't want on camera.
Thanks for warning me.
Don't combine OBS and StreamYard. I don't know why Container Man doesn't like OBS. I love it. I mean, I think it's great. I mean, I can just go to my screen here and it's basically just a duplication of OBS. But StreamYard makes it easy to bring other people in. So, Freddie, you doing an operating session?
I am. Or at least I'm playing anyway.
Nice.
My operating scheme all works off of JMRI's Operation Pro. And I don't know if you can see tablet here, but you've actually got a switch list on it for me to set out cars in this yard. It's one of the things I like doing.
Yeah. Hey, Roy, if you're going to make fun of OBS, come on up here.
Hey, you can draw me out, Steve.
Steve, you're good. We can have up to 6 people, so if you want to hang out, great.
Okay.
If not,
Hey, I'm tired. I don't have anything else to do.
Between Ray's beeping, humans' blurry camera, and the wind, I'm fighting in the fly. Oh, the wind, I'm fighting, and the fly. He says he's going insane.
it shouldn't have taken very much.
Yeah.
The odd thing of it is I switched over to this other and then I can hear the beep. Strange. So it ain't me.
Well, let's see. If I mute myself. I still hear it when I was muted. I don't know if you guys heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I heard it too, and I was muted, so.
Yeah, I was muted. I still heard it.
Container Man says it's the 4 to 5 guys on the panel that aren't working. I would love to be working.
No, I'm working. You every time I look away, I'm over here working.
I'm not working.
Yes, Jerry, the chat's working. Hey, Jerry, do you have a camera that you want to come up here and say hello?
Oh, man.
And say, if anybody watched the last video I stuck up, you know why I'm stuck at home right now. I live in one of the few states that does not have a stay-at-home order at all. But a week ago, one of my kids brought the thing home with him.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So it went through the whole family, and you can still hear the cough, but thank God it wasn't terrible on us.
Good, that's good.
Did they get it at school? Do you know?
he's not in school anymore. He's 18, so he was just about to start a new job, and the new job sent him over to get tested, and yeah. So all four of us got stuck at home. My son that's in college, who's living with us, and my wife and I. And we all have to wait the appropriated amount of time before we're allowed to go back to work.
Oh, no.
At least I have this to do.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's good.
So did the beeping stop when I was muted?
No.
Yeah, it's really weird. I can't figure out what that beeping is. That's one thing that's really good about OBS is there's a meter, so you can actually see where the sound's coming from. So Containerman68 says, Jerry asked if the chat was working. I said yes, but the 4 to 5 guys on the panel weren't working.
Hey guys.
What's up, Jerry?
Hello.
Hey. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, Ray. How you guys doing?
Okay.
Maybe it's, I don't think it's me, but I don't know. Maybe it is.
Yeah, I think it's on your side. Because when I meet you.
Yeah, that sounds like Jerry's got a YouTube.
Nothing like trying to find the next car in the string you need, and it's way at the back end of the line.
Oh, Jerry's now sideways. Oh, I think he froze that way.
I think he did. Oh, what happened to Roy? Ray, I mean, Ray.
He's probably, oh, I was going to say for a second I thought he was working, but then it looks like he's just spinning.
I closed out my YouTube and I accidentally closed out this. So
gotcha.
I closed out my YouTube and I'm just here. Am I still echoing?
Oh.
You have the earphone?
All right. I'm going to hang it. I'm going to take off because I don't feel like holding my phone like this. I'll talk to you guys later on. Probably see you somewhere tonight. Have a good day, guys.
Take care.
See ya.
Tommy Fred's Train says, I did my first upside down video yesterday with iPhone 4. I guess that's not going to work, but video is up. Hey, Tommy, I don't know, in most editing software, there is a way to flip it. I don't know if maybe make that happen for you.
I've done some videos where the footage came out upside down. It's just like, what? How?
Oh, that's
I was messing
first
around
started
with
doing
the software the other day and did that.
I don't know why that's
okay. You just have to stay on your head to look at it.
When I first decided to start doing videos, all I had for a camera was a cell phone. And at that point, I went and grabbed a a bracket that I could actually mount the camera on a tripod with. Having done video work in I knew how much the tripod makes a difference for your quality.
Oh yeah.
And it makes it useful for doing things like this.
Yeah, if you can mount things to a tripod, I think it helps a lot.
Ray's shaking his head.
Yeah, I'm over here working on documentation.
Are you like a level 1 support guy that you have like people calling you because their computers aren't plugged in and they can't get them to work kind of thing?
For who, me?
Yeah, you. Are you level 1 support or are you?
No. I'm engineering. That I guess that puts me at the very top of everything. I mean, I'm the last person that they call, but that's when by the time they call me, it's hit the fan.
Right. Exactly.
By the time they call me, the defecation has hit the ventilation system, putting it nicely.
Yeah.
Organic material hit the ventilating device.
What's that?
Organic material hit the ventilating device.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had John 2618's information. He was looking for when I was going to run the carnival circus trains. I finally got him going, but he disappeared.
No, so what I'm actually working on is I've got overnight maintenance procedures that I write for our overnight crew, and I've actually got 5 or 6 of them I have to put together. Thankfully, most of them are templates that the only thing I've got to do is just go in and change the data for what's being changed. But in other cases, it's a little bit nastier.
So I'm trying to figure out if I can. I'm trying to get myself a little more depth of field. Changing settings. Won't let me do it while it's plugged in.
Is it me or is that a derailment?
Oh, it's just you. Nothing wrong over here.
I have a hard enough time getting my HO cars back on the track. There's no way I could do N-scale.
Well, I really should have my glasses on, which I don't have on. So that makes it really hard.
And heck, I even got one of those re-railer things.
Yeah, I got one of those somewhere too.
I think somebody was talking about these earlier.
Yeah, I got one of those. I just want to, tough it out. So
Be a man.
Well, got a little more depth of field, not much.
Oh!
I think it's the trip pins. I think I got to go through almost all of these cars and adjust the trip pins on them because I really think that's what's hitting things.
Could be.
Yeah, I had almost all of mine because of my elevation changes. They were getting caught on switches, all kinds of places. So I just bent them up.
Yeah, I haven't gone through them yet. I got the little tool, the little alignment gauge. I think I just need to add another thing to the list. Tommy, if you have QuickTime, I'm assuming you're using a Mac. You could use iMovie to flip it over, and that should be a pretty simple thing. Oh, that's funny. Tommy says it's a head turner for sure. Talking about how he's got to flip his head upside down to see his latest video. That's too funny. That is really too funny. I'm still at 599 subscribers. So the problem with the camera here is now I just can't get by without climbing over everything. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so on this guy, I can see this trip pin's actually bent, so it looks like it was hitting something. And it's not moving.
I've got one of these hobby plier sets, and the one I use the most are these bent long nose.
Yeah, I've seen those specifically for adjusting these, right?
Well, I don't know if they're made specifically for that, but they work great for it. It's just long nose pliers that have a bent hook on them.
I think Micromark sells them specifically stating that that's the purpose they're for.
You probably go to Home Depot or Lowe's. I don't know. They probably don't have those in downtown New York, though.
We had one for a couple months, and then it went out of business.
Huh. Not much home improvement to do in a one-bedroom apartment, is there?
You would be surprised. You would be surprised. Leslie says, I get rid of the trip pins because they cause trouble. I'm like conflicted whether to do that or not. I part of me just wants to yank them out and just be done with them, but then part of me is like, but what if I ever want to sell something?
Well, I've got under track magnets, and you got to have those trip pins to trigger that decoupling, uncouple.
And that is the other thought, is that at some point I just might have those magnets.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Oh, interesting. So this trip pin seems to be square. So that is the spot it's supposed to be in. Let me see if I can push it up a little further, though. There we go.
Or next time you go grab sushi, grab a bunch of extra chopsticks and make them pointier. They work great for uncoupling.
Oh, yeah. And of course, this guy stopped again. So, what projects are other people working on?
Well, I went to the hobby shop this morning and picked up my refinery.
Oh, nice.
Working on a water tower.
Now, would that be a special water tower or just a normal water tower?
Well, here's the base for it.
It's a tower with water
Gotcha.
in it, right?
Yep, and then here's the tank.
Are there special water towers, right?
Well, if you listen to JD and Rick when we did the bridge guys, yeah, there are special water towers.
I don't listen to JD and Rick. I'm thinking I'm just gonna go get out a Bright Boy and start scratching away at this track. See if I can get it to run better.
Hey, Ray, can you see my bridge back here?
Oh,
It's kind of hard to see.
Hold on, who was saying that? Steve, was that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my Central Valley double track bridge back there.
Oh, like the one Rick built.
Yeah. And then the green one over here is the Walther Swing Bridge.
Steve, is that in your kitchen or does that just look like it's your kitchen?
They're kitchen cabinets. Actually, this area used to be the patio. And then enclosed it. So it's my man cave. And instead of building bench work, I went ahead and got kitchen cabinets.
Nice.
Okay.
The big challenge is it's all windows and doors.
Hey, Grant Seller. Hello, model trains in the shed. Let's see, Leslie, with the passenger train, you won't be switching cars often. Yes, that's true. I'm not sure what he means by this. Glass bottles, human? I don't know if I missed something. Leslie just finished another rail fanning video, last till the end of the local lockdown. Yeah. Yeah, I keep hearing a lot of people in the UK are getting locked down again. Rick says he didn't build the kit. He told me some kid built it for him.
I don't think a kid can build that bridge.
Was it Fultz? So I actually think that the super elevation is part of what's causing trouble with these longer passenger cars.
You think what is?
The Kato Unitrack in these corners has the super elevation, so they're basically tipped. And I feel like every time it goes over that, it's basically dumping these longer cars as it goes around the corner.
It's watch them close. It's probably doing it coming out of the super elevation.
And this is funny. Oh, you can't see. A wheel fell off one of the cars.
Oops.
That might be a problem.
Maybe a tad.
Listen to you guys. I didn't pay attention to this.
Yeah,
I had a heavyweight car that was derailing all the time. And I went through that with a fine-tooth comb. I put new wheel sets in it, everything. Finally, today I went to the hobby shop and just bought a whole new set wheel set for it.
Yeah.
Now it runs no problem. And I cannot, for the life of me, see any difference between the brand new and the one I took off the car.
I feel like sometimes it's just a mystery. Hey, Marty M. Hi. Let's see if I can get this wheel set back in here without too much trouble.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to head out. I'm going to go have lunch. Thanks for having me up, Heath.
Thanks for stopping by, Steve. Appreciate it.
No, it's Dave.
That's
Dave. Sorry.
You'll have to drive me out kicking and screaming.
Thanks, Dave. It was good to meet you and see your layout a little bit.
Well, it's good to meet you and be up here. You guys take it easy.
Talk to you later, man.
Bye, Dave.
Yep. Bye.
If anybody in the chat's not subscribed to other people, please check that you're subscribed to people. Feel free to talk about what you got coming up and all that kind of stuff so people know what's up with your channels. Ugh.
Hey, I got 4 subscribers.
Just today?
No, total.
Well, let's see if we can get.
I'll tell you what, I was surprised. I'll tell you what, I was surprised this morning. I came down
The
here.
other day I was giving you a hard time, Heath.
What were you saying, Ray? You were
The
surprised.
other day, Heath.
Yeah, I'm up to 370. I was surprised.
Yeah, you've been growing pretty fast from the bridge video stuff, bridge guys videos.
Yeah, that and the expansion of Sidetrack Sunday.
Yeah, who started that, Ray?
Nice try. Nice. Sparky has taught you well.
One of these times, one of the 4 of you is gonna just spit it out unknowingly.
It is out there.
Nothing.
Story is definitely out there.
It'd be like watching for Marvel spoilers.
Exactly.
The other day, I was giving you a hard time about building turnouts. In one of the chats, I don't remember which one it was now, but
yeah.
I want you to take a look at this.
Did you build that all as one piece?
Close. This switch is a separate piece, and this switch is a separate piece. And then the rest of it was built all as one big chunk of track.
Wow. So you built all the switches and the crossover and everything as one piece.
Yep. It's got a crossover, and I think it's a 30-degree crossing, or maybe I'm not sure what the crossing is, but.
Well, the crossing could be anything you want it to be because you handmade it.
Well, exactly. We actually have built a couple of turnouts at our railroad club that I have no idea what the frog is on them, because I built them to fit the space.
So they don't
I just built them in place to fit the space.
That is one good
Right,
thing
they
about
don't make
handbuilding stuff, though. It doesn't matter. You know?
How'd you build it without a jig?
Who's building them without a jig?
Well, Fred, they don't make a jig for that track he had.
Oh, yeah. But I'm assuming he printed it out on paper or something and followed a template. I'm sure he didn't freehand it. Are you trying to talk to us?
It's kind of a combination of both.
Oh.
It's kind of a combination of both, printed out on paper, put together with different pieces of paper because it's several different switches, and then all built freehand using track gauges. On paper, put together with different pieces of paper because it's several different switches.
I muted the guy that doesn't know how live streaming works. Yes, we're talking about you, Mr. Dodge. There he goes. No more echo. So you on another break, Anthony?
Sir, I'm on 3 computers here. I got to watch a class that doesn't exist on one computer. I'm listening to you on another, and I'm working on a third.
Well, does the class not exist because you're hanging out with us instead of teaching it?
No, it's not a teaching class. It is a tutoring session that students who need help can log into. They never come in.
Oh.
So I have to watch it in case a kid comes in, which all of a sudden you'll see me go and get out of here. But until then, I just watch and see if somebody comes in for another 15 minutes.
Kind of a shame that, like, I mean, I'd say the same thing. I never went to, the open door teacher, whatever things, but it's kind of interesting that the kids never take advantage of that stuff.
Well, it's like college, office hours. Since everything is online, it's office hours. So I make myself available from 2 to 2:40 for students if they need help with something. And they never want help. 4 weeks and I haven't had a kid walk in yet.
I almost pulled a bad joke, but I forgot that this wasn't Shannon's stream.
Several years ago, we had a parent-teacher conference. The teacher looked at us and was like, "Why are you guys here? I don't have any problems with your kid. Why are you here? I have a list of kids that should have their parents here that I haven't seen, but why are you here?"
Isn't that always the case?
Usually, in all honesty, the parents you really want to see so you can talk to them about their student, either who needs help or needs to be helped get his head together. Yeah, we never see them, which is probably why the kid's a problem to begin with. But enough about my job. Let's go back to watching Heath mess up. I mean, Heath do his thing.
Oh,
last Friday was a blast.
Stop doing what you're doing. There's going to be plenty of mess ups along the way, so.
I was going to say, Anthony, or I could turn the camera around. You can well, I can't share what I'm doing, so. Not that anybody would understand it anyways, but.
There's one there's 2 of the computers, and then the third one is the one that's showing you this.
Did the school give you all those laptops?
No. The one is a classroom computer. The one is a loaner from our school system for online teaching, and the other one is mine.
And they don't really care that you have other computers on the network?
No. We have 2 secure networks that we work with, although of course one did get cyber attacked. But the nice thing is it was protected. It just got shut down before the virus completely destroyed it. But no, I don't know what you want to call it. When I do something on one computer, I have it on at least 2 other hard drives, or because you always run the risk of one computer or one system screwing up. I've got it somewhere else. So bouncing between the 3, because there's things that, for example, this computer I'm talking to now and this computer next to me, where I'm watching the class, these cannot access certain sites because they have built-in blocks.
Yeah.
Whereas my home computer doesn't have those blocks built into them, so I can work on things. And we're not talking anything negative or dirty or wrong here. It's there are like foreign sites where I go to get German materials and things that are blocked on these computers, and I can get to them on my other computer. They don't have the safety, so I can use the net and still surf those other areas.
Right.
So yeah.
It looks like I got a couple more years to
Hey, Tommy, I resemble that
figure my
remark.
life out.
I'm 56 and I still haven't figured it out. So
Oh, man.
I was going to say, I just did the half century and I haven't figured it out.
you don't figure out life. You die and then you figure out life.
Figure out how to mount this light. I want it to be like right here. Maybe that's fine. We'll say that's fine. Well, I don't know that I have much more. I think I've accomplished what I set out for the day. Although I wish these cars were running a little bit smoother.
Social distancing.
Yeah.
Actually, my daughter makes these and sells them.
Oh, does she really?
Yeah.
Was she always into that kind of thing, or was it a new thing because of what's going on?
No, she her college degree is too hard to explain, but yeah, it's all creative. She owns a sign making company. She makes business signs. Now, she used to make everything from the whole metal corporate signs that stick out front to any window screening, vinyl signage, but she's sold off half the business. She got rid of the industrial sign making and that. Now she just does the vinyl and that. But yeah, she's also creative in other ways. She makes all this stuff and sells it on Etsy or whatever.
There you go, Ray.
That's really cool.
There you go.
Oh, Steve, give me 1 sec. I'll make you bigger. Sorry, I have my hands full, of course. 1 sec.
You know, those two lines should not go together. Those two lines should not go together. I got my hands full. I'm going to make you bigger.
Anthony.
Hey, I'm just saying, you got to learn, if you're going to be on the internet, you got to learn to watch how you string sentences together.
It's been this long. I don't think I'm going to learn now.
Okay.
Oh, that's.
Oh boy. And I thought I was bad. Okay.
Well, it's almost in focus. No, that's not in focus. Oh. I'm like, why did I see 2 passenger cars and then no passenger car, or the locomotive and then the other ones?
You had a passenger train with a mid DPU?
Basically, it came uncoupled, went around and recoupled. I gotta tell you, with the amount of problems I'm having with the one module that I put scenery on, I don't think I'm gonna put scenery on any other modules. John, welcome back. I got some circus trains going that I just had hard. There. I think part of my problem is that these longer passenger cars, I just don't think they're heavy enough. don't think there's enough weight on the trucks.
Haven't you weighted them down?
Not yet. I haven't done any of that yet.
That's one of the first. That and couplers are the first things I do.
Yeah.
I keep my handy dandy box of washers right here.
It's funny.
And my
Yeah,
scale.
I need to get some smaller weights.
Yeah, you need smaller.
Later, Tommy.
Yeah, you can get washers small enough even for N gauge to put in.
Yeah, one of the things I just saw recently that looked kind of cool is something called liquid ballast. It's basically like these little small beads that you stick in that, will basically get into all the little small spaces so you can get a bunch in there.
Walter sells liquid gravity.
That's it. Yeah, Deluxe Materials Liquid Gravity. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. I couldn't remember.
Or kill two birds with one stone. Get little tin, N-scale tin figures.
And put that. Yeah. I do want to actually light. I would love to light all these coaches. I think that would be really awesome. But yeah, that hasn't happened yet.
But a lot of hobbies and craft stores sell very small, thin weights that a lot of people just buy and put them, like if it's a passenger car, they just put them either underneath or they put them inside in the aisles where when you're looking in, if you light your little cars up, you don't see it. But they're thin, good lead weights that go right in the aisleway of N gauge or double O gauge.
Yeah.
BBs work too.
And BBs, yep. Or just hold your thumb on them the whole time.
That was the method I was thinking of going with, but yeah.
Because I was going to use that battery and transistor method of lighting up all my car stock that don't have lights. Most of my cars that I buy have come pre-lit, but I've got a few that are older that aren't pre-lit, and I was just going to put LED strips in them, but I need what are they? Reed switches, but I need bistable reed switches, and you can't find them on the planet Earth right now. There's there's a place in China that has them, but they want, how many thousands do you want?
Yeah, I've actually heard that.
I'd like 20. You can get reed switches, but not bistable.
Right.
Yeah, bistables are impossible to find. There was one shop in the UK that had them, but it wasn't price effective to pay the $40 in shipping from England for $20 in, because you can get them for like $1.50 each, but right now nobody on the planet Earth has got them.
I wonder why they went out of stock, but
COVID.
Leslie's got a bottle of that still unopened. I'm assuming he's talking about liquid gravity. Manny says tire weights, and that's what I was looking at. They make pretty light stick-on tire weights that I've been thinking about getting.
They're way too big.
Shotgun pellets mixed with Elmer's, and that's what I think liquid gravity basically is, are the little shotgun pellets. Took me ages to work out why you put babies in your cars. Oh, BBs. Hey, John, what's going on?
Hey, John Dawson.
Are you gonna go live later today, Anthony, or tomorrow? Because I know it's usually tomorrow you do it. Yeah.
Usually Friday. Yeah, I'm planning on going at least semi-live, maybe comatose, but yeah.
Yeah. It did it again.
But with another with another special treat for everyone.
Oh yeah, another song already?
I've been very creative, but Joyce sings this one.
You're all grateful for that. I mean, oh.
You know, the funniest thing is, I don't care. You know, I get a few people that find my, they find the songs funny, but every now and then you do get the person going, who told you could sing? And I'm like, nobody told me I could sing. I hear my voice. I know how bad it is. And as soon as I find somebody willing to sing in place of me, it's all good. But Joyce has really been nagging lately. Joyce has really been, I'll sing for you this week, honey. I'll sing for you this week. You got a song ready? I'll sing. I'll sing. I'm like, are you trying to say you're sick of my voice too? No. Yes. But so Joyce is singing this one. But I'm just having a blast. It's combining the three things, two old and one new, that I've loved to do. I love to write. I love to do parody stuff. And I'm mixing it with my model train hobby. So, you know, I get a laugh out of it as long as I get an inspiration, and I've got like 20 of them still working on. Everybody else is probably sick of them, but what the hell? It's my live stream.
Yeah, I think it's great that you put it. All right, so I'm taking this car out because I think I need to swap one of those couplers.
Woohoo!
I got tired of it derailing everything.
Yeah, everybody heard me once, and that was enough.
Everyone heard you sing once?
I don't know, Ray. That voice is deep. I think you could do some songs.
Did you actually? Did you actually catch
Eric Bird? Get you Eric Bird animals. In this dirty old part of the city, where the sun refused to shine.
Yeah, John 26:18. I saw that with you with the those Amazon LED light strips in the HO cars, but with N scale, I don't know that there's anything just readily available off the shelf yet. So Andy Ambrose says I've hit 600. Let's see. I want to see. Oh, I did. I hit 600.
We're at 600.
Get there eventually.
Jason?
Oh, I went up to 640 and then down to 634 real fast. You're going to pass me in another week or two.
Does everyone want to see an unboxing? Because if you do, I'll run downstairs. I just got a very exciting package that I actually think, Ray, if you can stay around for a second, I'd love to show you. Do you have a second? I'll go run and get it. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Discuss.
I just got the windows in it.
Hey, kid, I'm packing up. It's almost time to go.
Getting closer. I gotta put the handrails on the steps. That shouldn't be too hard.
That's cool.
It'll be a full interior on it when I'm done. I gotta make the bar stool on the bar and the poker tables and everything else. I enjoy making this stuff.
Actually,
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to reply to a statement. You go ahead. You're showing off some cool stuff there.
Oh no, I'm just cutting on my trains. You don't want to see my ugly face, so I just show my train layout.
Andy, I've been here since 6 a.m. So I have been working hard, but at about 1:30, 2 o'clock, it does die off. I'm supposed to be doing stuff. I was grading papers while I was talking here. I was, grading online stuff. That's why if you were paying attention to me while I was on screen, I'm going like this because I'm grading stuff, sending it back because it's all digital right now. But I've been doing this 34 years, so some of it comes naturally now. It's like an electrician. You may have a surprise, but usually you kind of know what you're getting into when you open it up. And so But yeah, I've got like 2 minutes and I'm out of here.
Well, I'm going to do a video of my train today, so I'm just trying to get it all running good and cleaning up engines. And there's little things I keep adding, trying to make it more better. But like you guys said, I use wet sandpaper if I'm having just cleaning my track, but I also use 120 sandpaper if my track's real dirty. And being in Kansas, it gets dirty here. Dust is everywhere. I can't hear nobody. Hey, I've got my birds quiet, so this is a first.
We used to have birds, but we don't anymore. The cat was hungry. No.
My bird got ate by a cat the other day, so she's staying home.
We have bald eagles have moved into our area.
Really?
And we have bald eagles in Toledo, Ohio, and which I don't think we've ever had before, but they have moved in the last couple of years. But yes, small yard dogs are disappearing.
Yep.
I found 2 animal carcasses behind my garage the other day, and there is a bald eagle in our neighborhood. And I mean, we are a very residential area, and yeah, 2 carcasses. So I'm assuming the eagle had a lunch behind my garage.
Wow.
That was not fun going out there behind the garage and going, oh, look.
I'm going to show you guys something that I think would help. When you're putting windows in your buildings, instead of using plastic glues, you can use this stuff. It dries crystal clear when it dries. It ain't like Elmer, it dries clear. And it's a little more pricey, but I enjoy it. I use it a lot. Don't everybody speak at once.
Well, it was nice to pop back in, but I get to leave.
All right. Well, good talking with you. Appreciate it.
See you everywhere else.
See you, Anthony. Yeah, Anthony's got bald eagles. I've got deer and fox.
I got coyotes.
Welcome back, Jason.
And some deer, but not as bad as coyotes.
Okay. Well, all the trains are still running. That's good.
For now.
Let me see if I can get this camera on and we can do a little unboxing.
Cool.
Oh, Jason's back. Let's see.
I had alligators.
Who had alligators? Video capture device. What is that thing called? GoPro.
Ray, your hair looks a lot darker on your videos.
As per usual, just like in the videos, I'm right underneath of one of the lights.
I like it. You have a good sense of humor. Maybe a little twist, but it's still good.
Jason, did you get your computers?
Okay. Ray, you ready? Ray's like, I'm working. I'm busy.
I think Steve's watching.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out this mess that I've got myself into over here.
Like I said, bigger hammer.
I thought you were just writing directions. How did you make a mess of things just
No,
writing directions?
I'd forgotten I had something else I had to take care of first, and that there got me flustered. More gray hairs.
I'm totally gray-headed.
You probably can't see that, can you? Let's see.
Yeah.
A GG one?
Oh, looks like I froze. It is a GG one. Do you see the number on it, Ray?
If that's 4935.
It is.
It just
The
might
only
be.
thing of it is, to drop it down a little bit because I can't. Oh, it is black.
Yeah.
You son of a gun, you. Dadgummit. Hey, Joe. Grant
Yeah.
Sellers asking your name, your channel.
Same as my name. It's just Joel, comma. I mean, sorry, Crazy Joe 67. Same as my name.
You know what, Jason?
I tell you, Ray, man, that's a nice looking locomotive.
And any scale, nonetheless.
Yeah, I just kept an eye on eBay, and every once in a while they'd come up, and I just kept waiting and waiting, and I don't. The guy that sold it doesn't know if there's
that's
decoder
which is
in it.
probably a good thing.
So I have to I definitely have to get in there and see if there's a decoder in it or not. But
Is that a Kato unit?
yes, sir.
Nice.
Supposedly it has a crack supposedly somewhere too. But the price was good. So what's kind of funny is Jason's giving me a hard time in that.
Yeah, I see it.
So my new of course I don't have any catenary wires on any of my anywhere on my layout.
That's right. You did lie.
Does somebody have a train coming into the station? I hear
That's me.
I don't have any catenary, but we do have that dude.
yeah, you have a couple GG ones, I thought, right?
Now I've only got the one. This here is this one here is the E33. This is a Bachmann unit.
Oh, gotcha.
And then we've got the old Mehano GG one. This one here is 4828. That's the only two electric locomotives that I bought. I've got wait a minute, I forgot about that one. Where the heck did it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, the only other electric ones I've got are the C60 TF.
Yeah.
Which was never actually a prototype. They never made it off the drawing board. But Yeah, eventually I want to put up catenary, which is going to be really interesting to try and get around that Central Valley Model Works bridge.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the truth. I'm trying
That's going to be true.
Maybe I should let you guys watch me break this. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's a decoder in it.
Buy a flat piece of steel and put under the bridge. It won't sag then.
Well, that's the funny thing of it is, Joe, is the fact that that actually has metal stiffeners in it to keep it from sagging.
Wow.
Which I think if they weren't there, it would have probably sagged a lot more. But like I said, that locomotive's a bit of an anomaly. That is a locomotive that was put out by Mantua back in the 80s, 70s and 80s, I guess, maybe older than that. But that locomotive is a die cast, and it weighs 1 pound and 11.5 ounces. It's a heavy locomotive.
What's funny, when I was a little boy, my biological father had that same train. It was a heavy booger. I don't have none of his stuff, but that's then not here, so.
He's breaking stuff again.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, you probably can't hear me now.
Well, I'll get off the video. I'll shut my video if it keeps the chat opened.
Yeah, Leslie, he went ahead and picked up 4935, which is the blackjack. The 20, that's the only one in the fleet that's painted black.
Really? Oh. The one my dad had was red. Or burgundy. What do you know? Rust colored.
Like that one, Joe, the Brunswick.
Yep.
It definitely doesn't seem to be cooperating.
Brunswick green and Tuscan red. That's what it was. I'm sorry. Yeah, this one's Tuscan.
Hey, Leslie Gilpin, can you tell from this, is that the DCC decoder in there? It looks like the picture, but I don't know if that's the.
Looks like a decoder.
It definitely does look like a decoder. I just don't know if that's the thing you replace or if that is the decoder.
I mean, that kind of looks like
You got JMR.
a whiteboard.
JMRI, don't you?
It could be that too.
Oh, I could just turn on JMRI and try and read the decoder. Yeah.
Put it on and see if you can read it.
Yeah, see, I think that might just be the DC mainboard. I don't think that's the decoder is a drop-in, but I don't think that's I don't think that is the decoder.
No, that's your backup lights. It makes the light switch whichever direction makes the lights come on.
Yeah. Yeah, John 2618. I could put it on a track. Andy Emmerich, put it on the track. If it makes a whistling noise, it's not a decoder. Yeah. I could always take that approach. That's true. I do have a 9-volt battery, actually. I have a, let's see. Yeah, see, Leslie says that's the lighting board. So I do think I need to buy a decoder for it.
Yeah, I was going to say that looked too much less like a light board.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's all it is. I don't
Is
know.
there a socket to plug a decoder in?
You pull that light board out, and the drop-in just fits right in its spot.
Okay.
Hey, Heath, get a load of this.
Nice.
That's inside the E33. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a switch.
Yeah, I can see the switch. Yep.
Okay, that switch, unlike my other GG1 where I can reverse the shell, if I flip the switch, then it'll run over off of the overhead. The GG1 that I've got, I actually have to flip the shell around to get it to run off the overhead.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's got a little feeler.
I unfortunately did not see how the little lens cover went in, and when I flipped it over, it fell out. Now I don't remember. Now I'm not sure how it goes back in. Leslie, there is no Kapton tape, which makes me think as well that there's not a decoder in it. So I know which decoder I need. It's a pretty simple drop-in, so I just need to go get that.
You see that piece of brass right here?
Yep.
If I flip the shell around, the shell itself actually has a piece of brass in it, and that's what makes contact with the overhead.
Oh, that's cool.
So when I put the shell back together, I always make sure I put it in that direction, even though I don't have overhead. At least that way I know that
Nowadays, T-Trak uses 3. Oh, 0 for DC locomotive. I don't know.
Yeah. With see you later, Jason. Yeah, with Digitrax, you can use 0 and run a DC locomotive on it.
Yeah, I'm still DC.
I'm usually pretty good with like spatial awareness and stuff. I can't figure out for the life of me how this thing was in here. I guess I could go back in the video and watch me take it apart.
Yep. That's what I love about the digital age. When I'm building bikes, I take pictures of the carburetors as I'm taking them apart.
Yeah.
Goes where?
Hey, Joel, because this is my stream, I figure I'll embarrass myself on my stream and not somebody else's stream.
Okay.
And if this question's too personal, you can just say, move on. But it's my understanding you're in a chair, but you also have motorcycles. Have you modified your motorcycles? So
I have prosthetic legs, so I do walk. I can't walk for long periods of time.
Gotcha. Perfect.
And I still ride 2 wheels.
That is awesome. Okay.
I lost my legs in a motorcycle wreck a long time ago. Chick was on a cell phone instead of driving and got me.
Yeah.
I'm not one to pity party. I enjoy life. I got my pets, my trains, my art, and I've learned to go. That's how I do. It's like I enjoy your guys' videos and chat with you. And I know my stuff's not the best, but I enjoy sharing it with you all.
I love seeing your stuff. I mean, you hand make all your stuff. I just think that's awesome.
That was my
That's
mom's.
cool, Joel.
I mean, my mom was an artist, and I got the skill. And she always told you, because I'm very limited on my income, and I've learned if I want something, I got to build it. And I like building my stuff. I just have a love for it.
That's really awesome.
It's like you see where the flat mountain front is of the tunnel? I'm going to build a skull over that. So it's like the skull mouth open in front of the tunnel opening. Like I said,
like the Battle of Grayskull from G.I. Joe. No.
Yeah. But I'm fantasy. But like I said, I'm going to make mine wasteland style. But I figure, hey, this is a railroad, guys, that kept going, and they want to keep people out unless they're welcome to come in. And watched too many Mad Max movies. Way too many times.
Well, they're good for inspiration, Mad Max.
Oh, yeah, they are. But you guys are good inspiration, too, because you give me different ideas, and I like sharing my ideas. I mean, I figure I can share, like, the shotgun pellets. I mean, it's maybe not the right word to use, but they make, like I said, mix them with some Elmers and pour them in there, and they'll stay. And you don't, and you can get different size. I get, because you're in, you can get the little pellets, so you can get a lot in, at the bottom, not the top where they're going to tip over and stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, being in New York City, like I can't just walk into a Walmart and, pick up, the shotgun shells. And
no, you don't buy shells, you buy pellets. You go to a gun store, like place that sells pistols.
In New York City, though, there's no gun stores. We don't have like any of that stuff anywhere around. So unfortunately, I'd have to.
That's why I'm glad I'm a redneck and
I'd have to come visit you.
Oh yeah, trust me, we got several gun shops here.
Yeah, I can imagine. All right. Well, I'm gonna put this away before I break it. The catenary are fragile.
Bad shit if he does or doesn't.
Yeah, let's see. William Bryant says, where'd it go? Boy, it disappeared quick. There we go. My ex-wife's grandfather didn't have legs. He modified his wheelchair so he could lay on his stomach on a small bed. He built a trike that he could drive the chair on and ride that way. Yeah.
That's cool.
See, Ray, that's one thing that you have the advantage of is the catenaries on the end scale are basically just, they don't have all those.
That's cool. They actually work. Can they pick up power? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Eventually they will.
Southern says, I'm low on income as well. Gives one an affinity for scratch building. Yeah, especially in this time. Fred Wild, how long does it take CMR to ship stuff? Fred, it depends. What in particular are you looking at? Most of their stuff is all built to order. So, but it's usually pretty quick. Too, like a lot of the modules and stuff, they ship within a week or so. Did William? What did William win?
He won the 300 subs contest on my channel. I finally sent the stuff out last Saturday.
Oh, awesome! Cool. Leslie Gilpin, nothing wrong with going outside the box with your layout. Underneath layouts all work the same. That's pretty true.
It's the Anthony Dodge guy again.
Rachel. What I understand is like 10 minutes ago, the guy was in a classroom, and now he's in his basement. How close does he live to the school? Or does he live in the school?
I was going to say, I thought he lived like across the street from it.
My job is a 5-minute car drive away.
That's awesome.
I used to be able to walk to work, but then they moved it a mile or so further down the road. They built a new building. It used to be literally across the street. Now it's a 5-minute drive.
Yeah, Andy, every once in a while I get to mess around.
I don't know why my OBS is not working right now. That's a real bummer.
There's another car I hand built.
Nice.
Hold on, Joel. I'll make you bigger. If I can figure it out. There you go.
I need to put a load in it, but don't know what I want to put in it yet.
So those the trucks on that are basically HO scale, but
Yeah, this
the
one has HO trucks, but the other one doesn't.
John 2618
This
off
one
topic,
here,
but I just
totally
signed the final paperwork on our new airplane.
This one's totally scratch built by me. And I just had to buy the trucks. Actually, I bought an underframe and just built the body for it.
I like the barrels.
Yeah, I got those on from that 3D printer place, Shapeways.
Okay.
Some things I will buy because it takes longer to make it than it does just to buy some. Other things I'll build, but like little things like that, it take too long. I mean, I can do it, but I got to think about time and what I can get done. But I want to make my mogul a work train, so I got to make all these little ugly, beat up train cars. Because work cars weren't pretty. They were used hard and put away wet.
Yes, they were. Well, there we go. I finally got back my OBS. I don't know what was going on, but now it works again. Probably just playing with it too much. So, John, is the final paperwork on the new airplane, is that the seaplane? The plane with the pontoons?
My friend gave this to me. It didn't run, didn't work, did nothing. So I took it and put a new motor in it and put engineers in it.
So that was it was ON30 when you got it?
Yeah,
or
it was ON30 as a mogul. But I made the front plow for it. And you see the skull on the front.
That's so cool.
But if you notice, all my trains, the engineers are females. I'm defiant that way.
John, that is so awesome that your boss did that. That's really awesome.
That's cool. Yes.
So Andy agrees with you, Ray, that whatever was wrong was 100% my fault. Either way you look at it. Leslie, I agree. Joel, Leslie has some nice things to say about your layout.
So I just put it back on the track. When I was young, I was kind of a loner. I got into trains and bikes. And I figured if I got into drugs, I couldn't afford to do this kind of stuff. And my love for miniatures and my bike came before drugs or alcohol. So that's why I got into these. And I never got out of it.
That's awesome.
I didn't like I said, losing my legs didn't stop me. I just enjoy life. Like my little loud parrots. They're my reason. I'm sorry to be loud sometimes.
Yeah, it's all good. I didn't realize that you lost your legs on the motorcycle and you're still riding. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wasn't my fault, wasn't the bike's fault, so I can't blame the bike for losing my legs.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'll tell you guys a little secret on the ground cover of my layout. You guys can use it on yours. And I use a stuff called paper mache. In fact, I got some new in the bag. It's not like sculptable because when I draw it, I mix it with like Elmer's glue and paint, so it stays the color.
Yep.
It's cheap, but what I like, because I'm using Elmer's, it ain't brittle like sculptable. It's not plaster or Paris. So it stays a little flexible when you got to move, if you got a layout you're wanting to move. And I use a technique on the ground. I put it on the ground, and I use one of my paint tools, and I dab it on and lift up so it makes the ground look all rough and texture-y, not smooth. So I want to get some videos of my layout soon that are just showing all that stuff, because I found out my video camera, my phone takes better pictures than my video camera, so I'm going to make some videos of it with the phone to get better videos of it.
Yeah, I think we all want to see some more videos of this stuff. I think that's definitely a general consensus.
Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to hide nothing. It's not the best. I'm not going to lie, but it ain't the worst either. But I have an enjoyment. I like old stuff. I like the 1890s, the 1920s, that kind of era. And I really like narrow gauge because it was a different type of people. They had to use what they had. They couldn't go get a new part. They had to make it then and there. They couldn't wait. They were cutting trees and drilling mines. So those old work trains worked hard. Those old men worked hard. They knew what they were doing. They had mines and used them.
So this locomotive that I had that wasn't working, I put it on my bench, and I'm going to see if I can't. This guy right here, I got it on a program track. I'm going to see if I can remember how to use the programming stuff in JMRI to.
Oh yeah.
Program it. Could be an adventure.
Triangle, what you doing, baby? What you doing, Lucia? What you doing? Want to give you some evidence?
Anthony, just a small little layout there.
Just a small one.
Nice.
Sorry. Doing what I guess you'd call shunting.
Is it working?
I don't know if the camera will reach, but wait a minute.
Gigi, ow, ow. Oh, come on, Gigi. Oh, boy. No, boy, boy. Oh, boy, you love chicken.
Here we go. Like I said, I can't get too far with it, but
Someday I'll get the rest of these all decodered and I have to walk over there.
You ready for the word?
Ray, you're going behind that fireplace.
It'll just sit in your hand like that?
Yeah, I've raised it from an egg.
Oh, really?
Yeah. When she hatched them all and raised her, my cousin let me have her, and I raised her. Which I've raised lots of wild birds, so it ain't no big to raise a big bird.
yeah, the fireplace behind me that doesn't work.
Bad baby.
I didn't realize my Raspberry Pi wasn't on, so I'm trying to get it fired up. So I can connect to it.
Ray.
Couldn't figure out why I was having network problems.
Gonna bite? Yes, gonna bite. Now here's the trick. I do all of this with one of these on my body at all times, so it's a little hard to build trains when this is the best wood shedder you'll ever see.
I don't know why the lights on my layout are flashing all of a sudden.
Not good enough ground?
I think the decoders reset themselves.
What are you doing, chicken? What are you doing? Are you hungry? you want some of this? I'm sorry.
So John 2618, I have a lot more of these circus cars. I'm just they seem to be falling off the track a lot, so I'm not taking any more chances.
Hey, you don't want to break them.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good thing to just kind of let them be. Okay, so let's see. Tools.
There you go.
Tools. Where is it? Programmers. Single CV. Service mode. Ops mode. I think I want service mode programming. Feed type from decoder. All right. Oh, it's moving now. Oh. Basic. It seems to have reset itself to address 3. Let's see. Read full sheet. Let's see. Yeah, Leslie, all my stuff still has plastic wheels. I haven't gotten around to swapping them yet. And John 2618 says, Joel, my aunt had a macaw. Smart bird.
I have a mini macaw, but he's not. He don't like the camera. He knows where the camera is. Now, yeah, I've been mini macaw. He doesn't like the camera. Now he's talking as I talk to him. I don't have to worry about holding a conversation. I do it every night with birds. So I don't have to mute the mic. He's mad.
It knows it's Rolling Thunder, but it doesn't show the function mapping or anything. I don't know why it's doing that. Actually, it knows what the address is. Okay, so who knows with JMRI, if I want to drive my locomotive on the programming track, how do I open up a throttle for the programming track? Do I just use the regular throttle, or is there a different throttle? Oh, I can look at
it. If it's a dedicated programming track and it's hooked up as a programming track, please not a T-Trak.
It's a DR5000. Yeah, I don't know.
My program track is wired to the programming function on my T-Trak's booster. So I mean, it's strictly programming.
Just trying to. Leslie's asking, are the wheels clean? Same throttle, isn't it? That's what I thought. Set. Let's see. Not moving.
So check real quick for freighter.
Fred, if you look, let me make myself big. So what I got here is this track here with this locomotive on it is connected to the programming output on my DR5000. So I was definitely able to read the decoder for the decoder address, but I don't know how with JMRI to drive the locomotive on the programming track. I know how to do it with the T-Trak software. I just don't know how to do it with with JMRI. So that's what I was hoping. So John, I haven't set up the Rolling Thunder part yet, so I couldn't tell you, unfortunately. But I like the idea of it. I like that the lower, the bass, the rumble is being parted off to a different speaker, a much bigger speaker. Yeah, so here's the throttle. It turns off. It turned off the track power when I clicked on or off, but it's not moving the locomotive on. I don't know how JMRI drives the locomotive on the programming track.
Probably doesn't.
Most programming outputs won't drive the engine. The DR5000 will, and through the DR5000 software, you absolutely can drive the locomotives. It has drive on, drive off right on the programming track. So, well, 7, stop it. Track.
I just set up a programming, a test track, and then a DC track.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a PR4 also that I could set it up completely separately, but the way I've got things wired, I can either have my programming track be her on this module here, or I can have it wired to something separate. So if I have it over. This still doesn't want to run. I am so curious to know what happened in Locomotive. Wonder if it like blew up the decoder somehow. Let's see. So, tools programmer, service mode programming. John 2018 heard it at a show. It's wondering if it increases as the loco gets closer or just one constant volume. Oh, that's a great question. My understanding is that you can have multiple Rolling Thunders hooked up, and you can set it up so that like as the locomotive like enters one part of the layout. No, this would have to be a big layout because it's all, just on wireless. But like once it gets far enough away from one and connects to the other, that it'll then switch from one Rolling Thunder receiver to a different one. But yeah. Okay, so there we go. Open programmer. Basic. Read whole sheet. All right, so it says the address is 1066.
Sorry, chicken.
Why?
Or the year.
That is empty because there are no options in this category. It doesn't make any sense.
You sure it read right that the right decoder's programmed in?
Yeah, I mean, it's coming up as a Paragon 3 Rolling Thunder receiver.
Get that. You don't get that stuff for Chi-Chi.
I know.
I'm using direct light.
In the decoder, I'd send it back.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I missed some of it.
I have one BLI and pop the decoder the motor control portion of it.
Yeah.
So I had to send it back. It was still under warranty, so I sent it back. But it takes. It's been 10 weeks, and they're estimating another 5.
Yeah, it almost. I can't tell if it's something though with Decoder Pro because it should come up just with more. It should come up with more information. I'm also not. I'm never sure. Like, do you use direct byte or do you use paged? And I can never remember which to use.
God, I don't know. Never heard that. Heard of that option.
Yeah, it's different. Let's see if it reads this one differently, just for fun of it. Oh, so I don't know if you can see this. You see the locomotive on my test track is running because it's running on the throttle. I didn't turn it off. So it is the same throttle on the programming track. So it does look like maybe I blew something with the.
So there's nothing to work on it? No lights, no nothing?
Does not seem to be anything. Let's see something. Loco, what is this? 1073. Left throttle. I don't know. Oh, I think I turned the sound off on it. I'm like trying to. I don't know where. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the light works on 107.3. So let's go back to the one that's not working. So the light does come on and off on the one that's not working.
So it's getting power to your decoder.
Yeah.
But it's not running.
I think there's a way like you set CB8 to 8 or something and it resets it.
In JMRI, if you go up to, hang on, let me fire mine up. In the menu bar up top, there is a option to reset.
Yeah, Leslie, I can't. It's not that I can't even see them, but when I select Rolling Thunder Receiver and then click Open Programmer, it under Motor, Speed Control, Function Output Map, Lights, Constants, they're all blank, and I don't know why. Very weird. I'm sorry. Where'd you? Oh, so reset, factory reset. I see.
Find it?
Reset. Yep. Reset all CVs. Now it's not. It's only going to be on the programming track, right? I'm in service mode programming track. Yeah. Reset all CVs. Okay. Well, the locomotive shook as if it got power. Let's see. Read full sheet. All right, so it's reset back to address 3. But it's still not showing any. I'm kind of baffled.
The other thing it could be is the connections to the motor. If you've got light and sound, but you have no movement, it could just be a wire to the motor.
Just so weird to me that it was working just fine and then all of a sudden just stopped. That kind of stuff just drives me nuts. But what's really
wire comes off, that's exactly what it do.
Oh, like if it was a bad solder joint, maybe as it heated up, it would have come loose.
Yep, I had one happen to me this week.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because like if I hit read type from decoder, it's reading the manufacturer ID and it knows it's Rolling Thunder. You can see that on screen. But then when I open the programmer, it's really weird. There's nothing here.
Well, I'm not saying it's not the decoder, but there's nothing at all in the JMRI.
No, that's what's so strange. So here's the one that works. This one works. If I go back to basic, if I read full sheet, it'll read that the address is 1073, which is what this one's addressed at. There you go. So you see it says 1073. But then when I go to like speed control, there's nothing in it. That's got to be a mistake with... Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm not an idiot, but I know what's wrong now. I'm sorry. I need to select diesel. I was selecting Rolling Thunder receiver. That's what I was doing wrong. Oh! Hold on.
So you got sound.
Yeah.
And folks wonder why I stay DC.
All right, so the decoder reset worked.
Yeah, because you have no problems with DC trains, do you, Ray?
All right, so open programmer. You're gonna go. Oh, see, yes, now everything's coming up.
I'm not going to go there.
Long address.
Yeah, I thought we might stop them both short on that one.
1066.
Now your active address is 3, isn't it?
What?
Your active address is 3, isn't it?
There's always problems. They're just different problems.
It is 3. I'm gonna change it to 1066.
And believe it or not, Anthony, but most of those are ID 10T issues.
I can't remember how to dispatch the locomotive.
What do you mean dispatch?
Release the locomotive from the throttle.
I can never figure that out on T-Trak either. But,
yeah.
On my engine driver, it's real easy.
More dispatch. And then what do I get to dispatch it?
Just hit run changes on sheet.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up. Loco 1066. Nope, Loco 1066.
Don't forget to do a file save. Don't forget to do the file save.
Please fill in the ID first. Yeah, I don't have the ID. Fine. Address format, long byte. So now that I wrote the new address to it, now it's not working again.
Right. Go back to roster entry. up top.
Here?
Because you had a new loco. You reset it. All right. So your old loco's gone. You can delete it and then redo the whole thing here. See what I'm saying?
So it's storing all of it in here.
Yeah, you basically have to re-enter the whole engine.
But it should still.
No, because you have the old info is in there, but you did a factory reset back to 3.
Right. But when I change the address to long address 1066 and then write changes on the sheet, shouldn't the address of the loco then just change to 1066?
I don't know, because you're trying to overwrite one that's already there.
Short, write changes on sheet. So loco 0003.
Go back to roster entry again.
So here it says DCC address 3. Because I just changed it back to 3.
Yeah.
So,
What I've always had to do is go ahead and enter the whole thing, save it, and then come back and put the long address in.
Hi, Jack at Benton Road.
all right, so I'm resetting it again. Now that it's reset, now it still doesn't work on 3 like it did last time. Let's.
Okay.
Save and close is fine. Okay, so retype from decoder. So it knows what it is. Easel, Paragon 3, open programmer. So it's.
So where's your roster?
I haven't set one up yet.
Okay, so this is the first engine?
I mean, I've used JMRI to. Oh, and says acquire new address loco, and it says release 3 and acquire new number. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. I've never set up the roster. All I've been doing is I just come in here and just program the CVs. I don't bother. I haven't really bothered setting up the roster.
Huh. See, when I open JMRI, it comes up to the roster. And see, when you do a file save here, it puts it on the roster. Then once it's on the roster, you open it up from there, and you go in and change it to the long address and anything else you want to do.
Oh, 602 subs. Wow. Okay, so Fred Wild says, have you saved the programmer in JMRI? I don't know what that means, save the programmer in JMRI. So here's the...
You go up to file.
Well, you're the programmer, so have you saved yourself in JMRI? No.
Yeah. So it's when I do file save, it asks me to fill in the ID first because it's basically I'm creating a roster. Are you in Panel Pro or Decoder Pro? I believe I'm in.
You're in Decoder Pro.
That's what I thought. So, so in Panel Pro, I went to Tools, Programmers, and then Service Mode Programmer.
No, that's not where you want to do.
Okay, that could be my problem. So
yeah,
I want to
open up. You want to open up Decoder Pro.
Now I got to remember how to open Decoder Pro.
It's
It
I've
should
got
be a separate icon, I think.
on my desktop.
I'm gonna close this. I don't think that's doing me any good.
I don't see, you got MRI Panel Pro there, but I don't see the Decoder Pro.
I thought it was on here.
Well, when I downloaded JMRI, it put both icons on my desktop, the Panel Pro and the Decoder Pro.
All right. Well, here's
Yeah,
the.
it's a separate app.
Here's JMRI. So this is on a Raspberry Pi. So let's see. Where are the programs on here? Let's see, application.
It looks like the Decoder Pro icon looks, it's a gray background, and it's got a black steam locomotive with blue wheels. It says JMRI underneath it.
So Andy Ambrose says I should have two icons. Yeah, I'm just trying to find it now at this point just through here. Like, it's got to be... I'm just trying to find Decoder Pro as in the file menu. Oh, here, wait. Oh, decoders. That's not Decoder Pro, though. Decoder index.
Can you look at me for a second? There's what my icons look like. See the JMRI Decoder Pro, and underneath it's the Panel Pro.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not seeing that on here anywhere. The only one seems to be. I close that.
But what you had up before, where it was roster entered and basic, JMRI Decoder Pro looks identical to that.
Well, see, and that's what. Oh, I closed it. That's what I thought, is that when you open Panel Pro and then went to the decoder thing, that was essentially Decoder Pro.
It very well may be, but the one thing you don't have that I have on the JMRI Decoder Pro is the roster.
Well, no, I have a roster right here. I just haven't created it. Like, I can go here and create a roster entry. And I could build a whole roster.
Okay.
So Andy, I'm using Andy said, did you download Decoder Pro? I'm using Steve Todd's JMRI Hoo-Ha for Raspberry Pi. So
that
maybe
may
it's
be quite different. If it's different, because what I have is for Windows.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's all a Java. Oh wait, here. Oh, hold on. Full server. No, it's not a server. Operation.
Hey, Ethan, everybody. Thanks for having me up here, guys. Guys and gals, I'm going to have to go ahead and drop, so I'll catch up with you later.
Thanks for visiting.
Take care, Ray. Take care.
Much appreciated.
Bye, Ray.
All right, Fred says open the roster. So here. So here's the roster.
Go back, make yourself large again so we can see. Please.
I'm trying to, where's my screen share? Oh, there we go.
There you go.
So now I'm in the roster.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, roster.
Yep. So I can go to programming track. Here's the one I created earlier.
Just open up that diesel.
How do I open it?
Click on it.
There we go.
Don't
open it. So here we are. Roster entry,
Okay, so
basic.
now
roster
change. You see address 3, blah, 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 blah. And it's already saved in the roster. Okay, now go to basic. Now change it to long. Right now you set it short address, change it to long.
Yep, long address.
All right, and right changes to sheet.
So the loco did a little twitch.
Which it should. All right, now go back to roster entry. So let's make sure it took.
Yeah, 1066.
Okay, so now you've got it changed.
Yeah.
1066. What else did you want to look at? Your speed table or speed control?
Well, I want to get it to move again, which now doesn't move now that it's on 1066 again.
Okay,
so
that's the file.
The throttle.
Yeah, go to the file.
Did you save the entry?
Yeah, I just hit file, and then save.
You have it set for diesel?
Yeah. Paragon 3 diesel.
Under tools, pull up your throttle and you should be able to pull it out of the list. Back to panel Pro.
Oh, leave this open here.
Yeah, leave that open, just shrink it down. And go back to panel Pro.
Panel Pro here. Tools, throttle. These throttles. 1066 set. Can used by another device. Steel, yes. Now it doesn't seem to do anything. When I reset it, it started working again, but on address 3.
Changing the address should do nothing except won't affect anything other than its address.
That's what's confusing me. All right, so if I go here, so if I go to factory reset, theoretically it should reset it to 3 again, right?
Yeah.
All right, so here it's still showing.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to delete it off your roster now.
Or just don't save it.
Or don't save it. It saves 10.6.
Did I just?
The nice thing about the roster entry is if you screw up the locomotive, you can bring it back to wherever you had it by what's saved in that roster entry.
Right. Well, so hypothetically, so if I do this though, just go to the please select a loco first. I don't want to select a loco. Oh, well, so if I select this, right, it's going to say it's 1066, but if I go to here and I read full sheet, it should come back as 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's coming back as 3, which means now if I go back to my throttle, why do I
dispatch or release?
Yeah, so release this, so now set it to 3. Set. Oh, that didn't seem to set it. So I have to do the whole. Set. There we go. Still nothing.
All don't think your
for-
throttle.
You don't think my throttle what?
I don't think it's hooked up to your track with the thing sitting on.
Its throttle was earlier. So confused. Because if I put this on the track, okay, and I do 1073, that guy will move. I'm using
But your address on this throttle is still 3.
Correct. So let's see if I do. If I do 1073 here, feel it, yes. Go in reverse. So that just moved with that throttle. Yep. Yeah, watch the front logo. Come on. Move before. There we go. See it moving?
Yeah.
Oh, you probably can't see it moving because I'm.
But this throttle is still at 0.
The throttle on the screen here. The screen here. So this throttle, when I bring it up, it then moves, but I'm probably too small. You can't see it moving.
Yeah.
But
so it works for 1073 and won't work for 3. And you're sure it did work for 3 at one point.
Well, the last time I reset this, if you remember, it started making all kinds of noise. Oh, there we go.
Is it moving?
Yes, it's moving and you can hear the sound. Oh, sounds like the track's dirty. So has that been my problem the whole time? So, okay, so stop, release. Okay, so now though, if I go back here,
go to go there and reset it to whatever you want to set it to.
Well, so it's Paragon 3 diesel, so that's correct.
Yeah, go back to the basic. Change the address again. Extended address.
So long two-way address. This is set at long. Locomotive direction normal.
Yep. Write it to the sheet.
So I'm gonna write the full sheet because I don't know if that's gonna help, but okay. So I go to roster entry. 1066. I go to the throttle. Watch, it's gonna work now. Oh, there we go. Set.
See if you got sound.
Oh. Now it's
working,
going.
Right? All right.
Now it is.
So what's the problem?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Clean the wheels and clean the track.
Maybe clean the wheels too.
Yeah.
I don't know that I want to try and figure out this wheel cleaner right now, though. That's for sure.
We do it at the railroad club.
Yeah, propanol. Yeah, alcohol.
I have alcohol in the other room.
And paper towels?
Paper towel.
Yeah.
Just take some take paper towels, take isopropanol. I keep forgetting. I look one way and I gotta point the other way. Douse a small section of your paper towel. All right. Put it on your test track. Put the engine with the front trucks on the rails. Back truck on the wet section of there, and let her run. Hold it, and then do the same thing to the other truck.
It may be kind of a pain to get it to run when you do the first truck. When you turn it around, it should work a lot easier. After you got one truck clean.
Or if you can, put it on a piece of track, put a piece of paper towel down on the track, and
that's what we're telling them to do.
Okay.
That's exactly what we said. Put it on the track, one truck on the rails, back truck running on the isopropanol paper towel.
I actually built an HO scale a cool little contraption off of the one of the staging yard tracks, run an engine over it, and I have a clamp that is run by a tortoise machine that goes up, and I have a thin cloth going across. The tortoise pulls it down against the track, and then I dab some Goo Gone on it, and then just let it run.
All right, so here's the crazy part, right? So now that I'm doing this, nothing's working. You know what I think with this train, I think the one pickup's on the back truck and the other pickup's on the front truck. Because the second I move it off the paper, it starts going, and then when I move it onto the paper, it stops.
That's a possibility.
Or
well, it looks like it works on the one set of trucks. Oh, so it's definitely one set of trucks and the pickup.
You may have a wire off the pickup too.
Oh, that could be too.
You know, I've had that happen where you've got pickups on the front and the back, and let's say the back's wire's small, and one side but you can't clean the other.
Let's say I had a BLI steamer that has truck pickup on one rail on one truck on the tender, and on the other rail on the other truck on the tender, and then the engine picked up on both sides, but something was broken somewhere, so I was only getting the one rail off of one truck in the tender until I got everything figured out and fixed.
But John's saying try lifting. Try just lifting the one. Let's see. Yeah, so this is with the front. Oh, with the front trucks off, it runs, but with the backs off, it doesn't. So right now, it's only the back that's got a pickup. Now I don't know if that's correct, but that's what it's doing.
And again, I'm not familiar with N-Gauge, but in HO, some of the older, cheaper engines back in the 60s and 70s had front truck pickup on the right rail, left truck pickup, rear truck pickup, left rail. All right.
Which for some reason, that's what I'm remembering with this, is that's how it is.
So you could have wires off. You could have any number of different things. But at least you know one thing. It's not the decoder.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people say not so good things about BLI. Although I haven't really had a lot of problem with mine, but mine are all steamers too. So
some people, it's either they are like rock solid or they're a problem, is what it seems to be.
Yeah, my BLI is a steamer. I ran it 3 times, and it's been in the shop for 10 weeks so far.
Yeah.
you kind of miss the days of them doing the silent ones. I'd much rather put my own sound decoder into them than what they include with them. But
yeah.
You know, when I first got back this last spring, when I got back in the hobby, because my prior experience is all DC, you know, the early 90s, 80s, 70s, and yes, the 60s. And so DCC was all new to me. Wiring electronics was the DCC was. And so I went to a local hobby shop and they installed the first T-Trak decoder in one of my engines for me, and I watched YouTube videos. I said, okay. Well, I went in and I did the whole kit and caboodle, every engine I have. And it was real easy. What I found was the speakers in the T-Trak's sound decoders.
Yeah.
Crap. All right. So now I'm replacing those with little sugar cube speakers or double sugar cube speakers in some cases.
I've been having luck with iPad speakers and locomotives. Those work pretty well.
iPhone and iPad speakers are real good too.
Cheaper too.
iPhone 4.
Yeah.
Speakers. Because it's
I've
actually
recently done a couple of installations with iPhone 4 speakers.
They work out good for you, Fred? And you're happy with those, Fred?
They work good for me.
It seems like a lot of people are moving to the iPhone speaker land. Come on, go through.
I also use them for the sound modules I built for people too.
When's Easy Effects going to start making sound modules?
I have tons of them.
I was thinking about some sound modules.
They're not on the website, Scott.
Do you download sound files into them, or do you just have them Bluetooth connected to like a PC, or how do you work that?
I have the sound modules that I build. It's basically just it's got a regular speaker jack, computer speaker jack in it for external, or I can put a 8-ohm speaker on already. It can run off of a micro USB charger or a plug-in charger or even a battery. And it comes preloaded with whatever sound effects that you want on it. We have a stock of regular sound effects, generic city, generic train station, generic river, seaport, church, garage, different things. And before this mess of COVID hit, I was demoing at the different train shows that we frequented, and I was making custom boards for people at the train shows. And we sold a good many of them there. And then we were planning on releasing them online and having people pick sound, or if you wanted a custom sound, I have one guy out in Ohio. We are doing custom steel mill sounds for him for his N-Trak, T-Trak steel mill modules. And of course, the virus mess hit, and so everything just got put on pause until, probably looking at next year, adding it to the CMR website.
Yeah, because I was just opening up the website. I don't think it's on the site.
I'm going to have a stockyards and packing plant, which could use some cattle and pig sounds.
Yeah, we'll add that to the farm sounds. I did have a farm demo. I'm gonna have to dig these out and show you guys at some point here. Like everything is packed away. I don't even. Well, I'll get them. I'll get them out. I gotta find where I put them.
So Leslie Taylor says the pickup should be on all wheels, but it seems like on mine that they're definitely not on all wheels.
Well, remember, there's
the wire.
Maybe a wire, or you gotta watch out those. I have a couple BLIs, and there's a little brass pickup thing that goes against the wheels. And if those aren't touching the back of the wheels, then you're not going to get anything.
Yep.
So I'm curious if I do this one. Let's see.
And sometimes it's just a matter of bending the little bronze wire back. That's all.
Yeah, so this guy, 1073, picks up on both wheels. So when you say bend the wire back, you're talking about taking it apart, right? Because I don't see any wires on the front side.
I just say pretty much everything that's being produced these days is all-wheel pickup. Not everything, but pretty close to it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Anything involved, you take
all-wheel pickup.
All right. Well, it's after 4 o'clock. I should probably get going because I got to put all of this away before the girlfriend gets home. And I got a lot of stuff to put away. So Leslie says he's got one Loco. You select a high function and it plays the Monty Python spam song. There you go. CP68, Manheath, only 12 people watching. Yeah, like 12 people watching, but I've been on for 4 hours and 21 minutes. So
probably had 50 people in and out.
Yeah, I mean, it's when I first started, there were a lot more people, and then it's kind of dropped down to in the teens for most of the stream. But yeah, I'm gonna head out.
It was good seeing you.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
Good talking to you.
It's been
Thanks for
great.
having me
Ken N, it's the SD something Ace. What is it? SD70 Aces. So thanks everyone. I will last hour is a jam where I had to. 67 at one stage, I think. Not on this one, Andy, on a previous one. But thanks everyone for coming. I really appreciate it. Please check out my channel sponsor, which is CMR Products. Please also check out my Patreon, check out my Teesprings. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. And have a good night, everyone.